indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Jackie, can you roll call, please?
Mayor Ed Honey,
Here.
Mayor Tom Murphy,
Here.
Mayor Joe Winfield,
Here.
Chairman Peter Yucapicio,
Here.
Mayor Bob Fissel,
Here.
Chairman Ned Norris,
I am here. Thank you.
thank you, Mayor Regina Romero,
Thank you.
Supervisor Rex.
Jackie, can you roll call, please? Here.
Mayor Ed
Thank you. Next is approval of the consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion to start.
moved.
Chairman Peter Yucapicio,
All those in favor signify by aye.
Chairman Ned
Aye.
Norris,
Opposed. Item number 4 is the FY 2022.
I am here. Thank you.
Transportation Improvement Program TIP Amendment 2022.010, programming federal funds pursuant to the June 25th, 21 Notice of Funding Availability. And we'll be turning that over. Did you want to say any comments?
Mr. Chair, yes, Carolyn will be giving a short presentation on that, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer your questions. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Today we'll complete a quick overview of the fiscal year 22 to 26 TIP amendment number 2022.010. We'll be programming federal STBG funds pursuant to the June 25th, 2021 Notice of Funding Availability. PAG released the Notice of Supplemental Funding, or NOFA, on June 25th, 2021, with a series of memos describing regional funding priorities. $1,674,000 of Surface Transportation Block Grant, or STBG, program funding is available. The deadline for the request was July 19th, 2021. Programming of regional STBG funds must continue to prioritize the delivery of existing RTA projects as directed by the Regional Council and pledged by the RTA Board. Therefore, only RTA projects are eligible for supplemental funding through the supplemental NOFA projects. Preference was given to projects which were already federalized. Only one request was submitted for the available STBG funding. As this is a formal amendment, it went through the PAG committee process, beginning with, on August 11th, 2021, the TIP subcommittee, which recommended approval of this funding request as shown in the proposed TIP amendment in your packet. On August 18th, 2021, the Transportation Planning Committee also recommended approval of this TIP amendment. And then again on September 8th, 2021, the Management Committee recommended approval of the TIP amendment. Today, I'm asking the Regional Council to approve TIP amendment number 2022.01 to program available STBG funds for the Sunset Road projects, which meets the regional priorities and is eligible for the supplemental funding. TIP ID number 10.18, Sunset Road, I-10 to River Road, with a sponsor jurisdiction of Pima County, requested the full available amount of STBG funds of $1,674,000 for fiscal year 2022 in the construction phase. This project met all of the eligibility considerations, including the RTA road element aspect. It requires supplemental funding to be completed, is federalized, and has an active IGA for design. Mr. Chair, with that, I complete my presentation.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I'm a little confused. Are there, there were other NOFAs that there was an additional NOFA that was, that were out, right? And I just wanted to know why there were no TIP amendments for the other projects, because I know that it is Sunset and
So there are separate NOFAs. This is only for the STBG funds.
okay.
That is on the PAG agenda. The other ones are on the RTA agenda.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve. Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you for presenting that.
Thank you.
Next is item number 5, 2021 PAG Title 6 Implementation Plan. Mr. Barrett?
Mr. Chair, members of the Regional Council, Title VI of the Civil Rights Act requires that any federally funded program and activity be free of discrimination. And PAG's Title VI Implementation Plan outlines the manner in which PAG ensures that its activities and programs comply with Title VI requirements. PAG is required to update the implementation plan on an annual basis. PAG also maintains a non-discrimination policy and a limited English proficiency plan, or LEP plan. The LEP plan is also updated annually with current demographic information from the Census Office. ADOT has reviewed these 3 documents and has found them acceptable. And so the next step in this process is review and approval by the Regional Council. So today we will be asking Regional Council to adopt the 2021 PAG Title VI Implementation Plan. I can answer any questions you have about specifically about the plan or in general about Title VI requirements.
Is any, yes, Mayor?
I have questions. Just one very simple question. How is this plan addressing environmental justice issues in our region?
The plan itself has a non-discrimination policy. It also outlines the process, the procedures we follow for open meetings, accessible meetings. And it also outlines the way in which PAG plans, such as the Long Range Transportation Plan or the TIP, analyzes project selection to ensure that the benefits of transportation improvements are spread equitably throughout the region.
But specifically to environmental justice issues within our region.
Mr. Chair.
Does it speak to that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may, Paul might be able to answer that if related to the regional RMAP process as we do the environmental justice analysis, if you don't mind, Paul.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. So as part of the long range plan, we do look at environmentally sensitive areas and we map the projects within the long range plan in relation to those environmentally sensitive areas so that there is knowledge about what the potential impacts may be as projects move forward. We don't necessarily know what those impacts are at the time as the projects are not in the design phase. We don't necessarily know explicitly what the impacts may be, but it helps give us a guide for where we might be heading into issues that should deem further investigation for environmental justice types of issues in environmentally sensitive areas. That's one way in which we do it within the long range plans.
Well, protecting environmentally sensitive areas is one thing. Environmental justice is something else. So how does this plan speak to environmental justice?
Perhaps give us an example of an environmental justice issue that you.
Water issues is a very specific environmental justice issue, right? Water and the quality of water and where the water is served. TCE, for example, is an environmental injustice issue, right? TCE, it happened in the South Side. It affected mostly Indigenous and Mexican-American families. So how does transportation planning take into account environmental justice?
Okay. I believe that
Or is it here anyway?
it may be outside of the scope of the Title VI plan. The Title VI plan is very focused on complying with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which requires PAG as a receiver of federal funds not to discriminate in the delivery of our programs on the basis of race, color, or nationality. Environmental justice is a much broader issue and may be dealt with on a case-by-case basis in individual PAG planning products.
Right, Title VI actually asks the PAG to plan for, so that we don't discriminate, we offer services and same quality of transportation planning in areas of our community that have long been discriminated or for whatever, race, creed, religion. So I think it's an appropriate space to be able to talk about inequality and injustices and environmental justice. So
We
I
are
just-
limited by what ADOT Civil Rights Office asks us to include in the plan. In years past, the Title VI plan did include more than the bare bone Title VI race, color, nationality. In recent years, ADOT CRO, Civil Rights Office, has removed anything extra beyond Title VI protections and has asked us just to limit the Title VI plan to the specific categories.
Mr. Chair, if I may. So I believe what you're referring to would be beyond the scope of Title VI. It's actually part of the NEPA process. Individual projects will go through environmental analysis, in some cases, very extensive EIS. So that would be handled at the individual project design implementation level.
That was one of the questions that I had, that it probably seems to be very specific over a long period of time from project to project, because some would have more impact or not, possibly, depending on the project. Would that be correct?
That is correct. For projects that receive federal funding, the specific implementation of Title VI on that project will be done either by the project sponsor, if it's the city of Tucson or Pima County, or by ADOT if they're administering federal funds on behalf of town of Sahuarita or Marana or one of our
Right.
smaller jurisdictions.
Because aren't they, the jurisdiction would be the lead agency, right? To weigh in on those types of issues from project to project.
That is correct.
Thanks. More questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion. Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I,
One nay and the rest aye. Are we getting Chairman Norris's?
Yes, he is connected. Hopefully we're able to hear his voice vote. Okay.
Okay, all right, thank you. Next is the federal infrastructure bill update by Mr. David. I hope I do not butcher this. Zinda?
Right on.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and members of the Regional Council, it is a pleasure to speak to you today as your policy analyst here at Pima Association of Governments and discuss the federal infrastructure bill, which of course is going through the legislative process at present. This bill is formally known as the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and often referred to as the Senate Bipartisan Bill, or the BIB, or if you're really lucky, you might see it as the BIF as well. It is likely that you're already well aware of the contents of this bill, so I'll keep my remarks fairly brief for this presentation and only consider the transportation-related elements and not some of the other promising programs regarding water, power and grid, and broadband, among others. Transportation reauthorization bills, like the current FAST Act, define the manner in which funds can be drawn from the Highway Trust Fund for a set period of time. It also prescribes how such funding is distributed to states, MPOs, and other agencies. New projects cannot withdraw funds from the Highway Trust Fund once an authorization expires, as will happen a week from today on September 30th. So with the expiration of the current FAST Act next week, a new bill will be required to provide funding for our core transportation programs. So as we look at the Senate bill and the transportation priorities, of the total baseline spending, there's $550 billion in new spending. What is that baseline for transportation? It will be the FAST Act, which gave us about $293.5 billion over its 5-year lifespan. Of the additional spending in that 550 category, $110 billion is provided for roads and bridges. Highway safety programs are going to increase by about $11 billion. Public transit is going to receive about $40 million more in addition to baseline levels in the FAST Act. In addition to a few other transportation priorities, total new transportation spending in addition to the baseline of the FAST Act will be about $274 billion, bringing us to a total of about $567.5 billion should this bill be enacted over 5 fiscal years. Year by year average breakdown. In the FAST Act, we saw about $63.5 billion. Under the Senate bill, we can expect to see roughly $91 billion annual on average for transit and FHWA programs. Looking towards Arizona, it is unfortunate that apportionments still follow the same data based on population, BMT, and others as used in the early 2000s under Safety Lou, a former bill, which means Arizona is roughly going to get about 1.86% of total formula funding into this bill, as it did under the prior 3 authorizations. Because Arizona is a growing state, as you know, this number from the early 2000s probably gives us a little bit less than we ought to deserve. The good news is we're still going to get a rather large 5.3 billion, kind of our estimate here, in apportionments for all FHWA programs, or about 1.07 billion per year. Now, this, of course, is a respectable increase of the, 3.9 billion that we saw under the FAST Act for 5 years, and roughly 775 million per year on average for the FAST Act. One of the programs that we track very closely, as you know, is surface transportation block grants. Nationally, the FAST Act apportioned about 10.4 billion in its recent extension. This proposed legislation will raise that about 20% to 12.6 billion. Of that, Arizona could expect to receive roughly 1.2 billion over 5 years. And so this is going to increase our annual amount from 200 million a year to about 237 million a year in the Senate bill. Our preliminary calculation suggests that the PAG region will see an increase in this program, maybe as much as 3 million, raising us to about 23.6 million. But this still assumes that the within state sub allocations will be the same as they were before. That will change a little bit, but with a 20% increase nationwide, I think we can expect to see a little bit more. And I'll just cover a few of the other programs. This is certainly not an exhaustive list for everything we'll receive funding for, but maybe some of the more important ones for our region for surface transportation. First, National Highway Performance Program. FAST Act gave us 2.2 billion. We're going to raise that to about 2.7 billion. Transportation Alternatives Grant is going to increase by 70% nationally, raising us here in Arizona from an expected 78.3 million to 131.6 million. Highway Safety Improvement Program going from FAST Act levels of 221 million over the 5 years to 292 million over 5 years. This bill also prioritizes bridge replacement and rehabilitation, so much so that we can expect to see around 225 million total here in Arizona over the 5 years. Tribal Transportation Program is going to increase by about 100 million, so for our tribal communities, you can expect to see a little bit more there. Transit is another element which we'll see quite a bit more funding, as I mentioned earlier, an increase of about 40 billion compared to the FAST Act. Here in Arizona, that means we're hitting at about 900 million, up from about 609 million from FAST Act levels each year. All right, so next steps to passage, as you're all well aware, as we mentioned earlier, on September 30th, FAST Act is set to expire, and we're hoping that the House of Representatives will have a vote before then, and it looks like they are certainly slated to do that before September 30th. We'll see if they follow through, given some current climate in Washington, D.C. If the bill is not signed into law by September 30th, we will need a continuing resolution to continue a lot of our fundamental programs at FHWA and the Department of Transportation. With that, I conclude my presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just had a couple quick questions. When you hit on bridges, transit, and tribal, how will that be divided up for the state? I mean, how, like tribal, well, we have 2.
Right.
So does that go through a separate process statewide with the Navajo and everybody else, and then we get our share to determine for our 2? Just how does that process work with this additional funding?
Absolutely. Thank you for your question, Mr. Chair. It kind of depends program by program how it's allocated in the end. So for something like the tribal transportation program, I believe that directly goes to the tribes, whereas this bridge replacement, according to my last reading, will go through the Department of Transportation here in Arizona. And there may be some collaboration with the NPOs, but I don't think that is precise yet as to how that will happen. Transit, I think, is the same way. It comes through ADOT, and I believe that PAG has some control over that as well.
Right. So if I just staying with tribal, so do they have to keep attuned of where that monies are, or does that work through us to tell them where the monies are? Does PAG pay attention?
Yeah.
Do they pay attention?
Definitely do collaborate. Nathan actually used to work for one of our tribal nations, and he can probably tell you all about it. Nathan, you want to just expand a little bit more on the tribal program?
the tribal program, I believe, goes directly to the tribes. And they can use those funds to leverage other regional funds, but they do not have to go through tax.
Right.
A unique aspect of the tribal transportation program is that it's one of the few federal programs that can be used to match other federal dollars. Not match the tribal transportation program dollars can match to federal dollars.
And then another point to add, the current proposal, a lot of the increases in funding, they are potentially are going to be competitive grants.
That's what I was wondering when a couple of us met with Senator Cinema, and that's kind of what I was asking their staff. Is it going to be this sort of, hybrid that some will come to us, some we have to watch? And that's why I was concerned for the nations.
General Maxwell brought that up last time too, that at some point there was discussions about earmarks, but I think they're moving away from that and moving more towards competitive grants.
Right. So it's up to sort of all of us as the MPO to be watching that and getting our fair share. And obviously, I have a couple of nations down here I'm more particular. And it is a shame that they're using the old numbers. In our new census update, we're about 35% from the last census. So just being a fast growing state, I think it's a shame that we're not going to use those newer numbers, because I think it'll hurt literally all of us.
And there was actually some discussion regarding that. Unfortunately, I don't think it made it into the final version.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I think these are incredible numbers. And as a region, we should all make sure that we're working together to make sure that we bring as much as we possibly can for all of us, for our tribes, for all of our towns, and the city and county. My question is, in terms of bridge replacement and transit, you had mentioned that it goes directly to the state of Arizona?
Yes, each program varies, so I could get back to you and look up for sure, but to my understanding from my last reading, it seems like this will be handled largely through ADOT. And then where it goes from there, it's still unclear to me.
Do we have to put together a strategic plan in terms of how we as PAG approach the state of Arizona to lobby and push to receive our fair share, especially because those numbers are 2005 numbers and we're seeing growth in the region? How would this council act on?
Well, Ted is our ADOT representative. I'm going to just give him the whole bank account and have him take care of it for us.
Well, and to kind of, with like the bridge replacement rehab program, the state ADOT, the transportation board, tracks the condition of all of our bridges and roads and state highways throughout the state, and some non-state highways as well, and the conditions there. During our call to the audience, we hear routinely from members every month or from citizens of Arizona about where funding can be best used throughout the state. So there's no doubt, if we've got areas that we're really concerned with, we've got to make sure that we've got those listed. But it will probably run through the ADOT process and procedures. We've got several different committees that bring recommendations to the board before we go through the approval process. The transit one is one that's probably that's almost outside. I won't say it's outside the state transportation board, because we do deal with it as nominally the roads and the state highways that we interact with. So as it becomes clear what the funding is going to come down, then there'll probably be more words coming down to the different organizations such as PAG and municipalities on how to have some say in it. But we've talked about this before at this board. Starting in 2025, there are no more funds for any expansion of roadways in the state of Arizona. It's really on the state highways. It's really about preservation and maintenance. So I do see bridges, particularly, a lot of that will probably be allocated. And the bridges that we know already in this region are in bad shape, are already on that list. We always gets the oil, so we definitely want to make sure that we're, as an entity, PAG is engaged and making it very clear what roads and bridges are priorities for us.
If I may add to that, Mr. Chair. So typically ADOT goes through a call for projects process, and then they have the priority rating. And as General Maxwell said, they go through a committee process to prioritize. then allocated to each district. So General Maxwell is going to be hopefully involved with a lot of those discussions, especially with the new bill and new rules. It typically takes almost a year before they really define what the new rules are. Right? So we'll probably hear more about that in the next 12 months or so.
That was always my understanding, that ADOT as state is inspecting and tracking. I think I know what the conditions of our bridges are in our area, but it's probably a more overall picture that they're watching, because I don't know the condition of a bridge in Flagstaff, for instance, and that might be in twice the disrepair that ours would be down here.
And Mr. Chair, you bring up a good point. It's really important that our, the municipalities and your departments of transportation work real closely with Broadway and the folks down here in the South Central sector of ADOT, because just last month you gave some pretty fun projects and ongoing activities down in the sector. So a lot of times the state system's going to turn to the state representatives, and so it's real important to keep those lines of communication open. Make sure that Rod and his team are aware of what the big requirements, concerns with the conditions of the roads down here, especially as the executive director said, there will be more guidance on how to go through this process and input. But if you're asleep at the wheel, we'll miss out.
Well, Mr. Chair, that's exactly the reason that we shouldn't be asleep at the wheel, right? We should prepare as much as we possibly can as a council to advocate. I know what Tucson needs, and I know Chairman Yapiso knows what is needed for the Pascua Yaqui Nation. But I think it would behoove us to coordinate and organize and have this conversation amongst the council so that we can advocate for the entire region and be prepared.
Right.
So I would ask then, how do we prepare?
Right.
How do we prepare as a council?
I was going to suggest that we invite Mr. Lane, to our next meeting and give us an overview of, his perspective of, this update and how that process would work. And is it best to have each
To have
of
our lists.
Yeah, all of
Yeah.
this. Yes, sir.
They used to call it shovel ready. So we must have something ready like that. I agree totally. Because if not, it's going to take us more time to prepare for our list and our submission. So as a board, as a council, we should already have something ready in the oven to put in there and get it going. And those usually get priority
Right.
through these funding sources. So, but whatever we can do also as a tribe to help the municipalities, because when you think tribal, you think of us on a reservation, but we live in your cities.
Right.
We live in your counties. So we're part of the whole Southern Arizona picture.
Mr. Chair, we'll be happy
Happy
to
to help.
invite them to come and present on the program, the whole allocation process. As I mentioned, there might be some new rules, so they may not
Right.
have all the information on the new rules, but that's definitely a helpful
Thanks.
start for that conversation.
Because that way we can connect with them, whether we need to connect individually, through him, or certainly be ready, shovel ready for your bridges. I hope that's ready. Yes.
I was going to comment, kind of expand on that, Mr. Chairman, is, it's federal money going to the state, dispersed by the ADOT board to MPOs or COGs, and then dispersed from there. If we don't agree on what we want, we don't always agree on what we want, but we need to get a couple, maybe major regional projects or something like that, that this group could get behind solidly. I mean, I got a couple in my town that I'd like to see too, but I mean, everybody else does too.
Right.
And
that's
if we
why
get
thinking-
if we get into that quagmire, we may be in trouble. I agree with Mayor Romero. We need to have a plan and pick up 2 or 3 items that would fit into the amount of monies that we might have available to us and push that plan.
I agree.
And that's why I was mentioning having him here, because he may come and say, it's going to be whatever the list is, no matter how much we squeak, if someone is a higher priority. That's why I think it's interesting.
Might be the failing ones,
Right,
and they
right.
put those in priority.
And a lot of what happens is it all goes to the state of Maricopa. And we get a couple crumbs that fall by the wayside if we're united. And since we have General Maxwell on the board, if we have a couple really good needs and wants, maybe we can push those programs.
Right.
And Mr. Chair, to add to that, and that's I mean, that's what I was gonna say. So, I mean, that's my role on the state transportation board is to make sure that we're represented in the county. That representation. So there's absolutely gonna be voicing it loud, especially if you see it all going to the great state of Maricopa, as you just said. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of this funding's in programs that we are all readily aware of. I mean, ag and works with unknown base, so we know how those are gonna go. It's gonna be the ones that come where it's just an increase to the FAST Act, where it's what funds, pots of money, those are gonna go, what they can be used for. And as soon as I hear more, I'll make sure to make sure that the executive director and the board knows what's coming down. And I do think it'd be a good idea, if not the next meeting, the meeting after that, to bring in Rod and his team just to kind of talk about what they're anticipating. You know, there's going to be a lot. The bridges, I really believe, is going to be a lot driven by the state, because we do have records of all the bridges and what their shape are, which ones are failing and which ones are poor. You know, you're going to take care of those failing ones first. So some of that money, but some of the other money is absolutely going to be discretionary for use by ADOT, the state, as well as hopefully some of that there'll be discretionary money that will also come down to the regions. But we really don't know that yet. As you briefly said, based on a 20% increase, we should get more money, but they haven't defined exactly how that's going to be yet. Or to be honest with you, if it's even going to pass.
Just to make sure we're clear, so the portion that is allocated and comes to PAG, that was the smaller portion. That's roughly the $23 million. We're talking about the portion of the federal funds that do not come through the PAG process. There's a different process for that. And as General Maxwell can tell you, a lot of advocacy takes place at the State Transportation Board meetings, and this discussion continues, especially with new funds.
And I'll just tell you, as something I was going to bring it up later, but this may be a good opportunity, is so I really think we have to look long and hard at how we can get call the audience back to this group, because every month at the state we hear from some of the same people, and I now know more about things that I didn't know about before. I know some very specific exits on some of the highways that some of the folks are interested in, and to be the tribal nation is always well represented on those calls to the audience. So we know where some of their desires, plays are going, because so they may be getting some money, but they're still competing for the federal dollars as well. It's as we pointed out. So I would encourage us as an organization. I'm a big believer we need to get back to in-person meetings as soon as viable, and I think we need to get in person, whether it's through technology. We need to get the call of the audience back too, because that's who we serve.
You all know, City of Maricopa, Mayor from City of Maricopa was one of the folks that attended every State Transportation Board meeting, and still continuing to do that. And so it's definitely a long game. It's something that we all anticipate, especially if there's going to be competitive grants, that we need to work together on those.
Can you give us a bus if we all wanted to go up?
Of course,
Okay.
anytime. Yes.
The meetings are exciting. I'd highly encourage attendance.
Right. We've had a couple down in our area. I think one we actually had at our town hall, and always been very impressed with Mr. Lane and his knowledge. That's why I thought, getting his.
Thanks for bringing that up. So typically I have 2 meetings in the region, and obviously since the pandemic started, they've been remote. So
We had one, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We had one in town of Sedona, and then the next one was supposed to be down in Nogales. We went for it. The last one was supposed to be in Nogales. We went virtual on that one. However, the State Transportation Board is planning on meeting in person.
Can you tell me when the next one in Sedona is? And I'll make sure I'm actually attend that one.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, actually, that might be a good idea. Next time that they're down in Tucson, we definitely want to make sure that we have a larger showing of the regional council members for that meeting as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so I would ask you how we'd go about it, because I think we should be shovel ready. We should be prepared as a region, as PAG, on some key regional projects that will make sense for us. So how would you suggest we proceed?
Yeah, I wanted to have Mr. Lane come to the next available meeting that he's available for, to brief us as his understanding, and as General Maxwell said, brief us on, he could say all the priority failing and poor is going to get all the money. I mean, maybe he won't say that. That might be a possibility. So I'd like to hear from him and then come up based on his comments, with a game plan on to best meet the needs that we
Of our
all
region.
have and how to best be effective in doing that.
Yeah, because if we can prepare, hold hands and say, these are the regional projects that
Right.
maybe not for bridge replacement, but for other federal funds that are coming through ADOT or the state, then we could.
And that's part of what I'd like to hear from him. Is it, only bridges, or what are these other categories? And are they going to be all block grants so we have to watch, or some of the money will flow our way? So I think it'd be good to hear how he thinks the process is going.
I have a question. In the process that we've used in the city of Tucson in our communication with our congressional delegation and our senators, we've created lists. I'm sure all of us have created our own lists of the projects that we would want, federal funds for. Does the PAG receive requests, or does the PAG have any communication with our congressional delegation on projects that have been, talked about in the regional council that are priorities?
Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to. So typically, if there's a grant funded opportunity, they would require us to confirm that the project is in the current RMAP. If it's not, they want us to provide a confirmation that it's a regional priority. And in many cases, if it's in the RTA plan, for example, we can respond to that and indicate that it has gone through a public process and it's been approved by the public. So typically, they're looking for some verification from PAG as to the priority of the project, the regional importance of it, and any other information we can provide. And we always are more than willing to provide that information. There are times that individual entities would ask us for supporting a request for a grant, but if it has not gone through the PAG process, we can't do that. We only verify information that has gone through the PAG process.
That we have a good relationship, I would
So
assume, with
of course, definitely. Again, can't say enough about how they reach out to us and ask for information and how supportive they've been throughout the whole process. Again, this is kind of a very exciting time for the industry to be able to see this level of investment. And again, kudos to all of our congressional delegates, because they really worked hard to make sure that all these programs are seeing something.
Right. I think that's why there was consensus around that particular package, because there was the focus on these types of things that we have needs for. I won't comment on the next one coming, but.
And Mr. Chair, if I could add one more comment. While these funds do seem to be distributed without specific, earmarks or member designated projects.
Right.
That in the appropriations bill there are member designated projects, to the point of we need to continue to engage with our elected officials on those projects that we see our significance and importance, and get them moved forward, because I think you're going to see that more and more within our Congress. I think they're recognizing that this idea of having specific projects gives wins to the different legislators, and it also allows them to negotiate with each other on issues, so that there's more give and take. I think you can see that in the future. The other thing for Rod Lane to talk to us about is lay out what projects are already in the 5-year plan, because one of the things that the state may look at doing is accelerating what's already been approved in the current 5-year plan with some of these funds, get them done. But that means there will be more money in the out years for new projects. So we've really got to have that on our mind as well. What is it that's in our, not current in the current 5-year plan, but we've got as a region in the 5 to 10-year plan that we're looking at. That way we'll be ready to put those in if the funds go to current 5-year plan.
Right, and they get taken care of earlier than they probably thought they would. There may be additional.
Mr. Chair, along those lines, just this last 5-year plan process that ADOT went through, they identified a lot of projects that they would have liked to do and they can't do. So there's definitely a backlog of projects that they can bring forward. We were fortunate enough to get a couple of those projects funded, but there were a few projects in our region that got pushed back to the backlog. Oracle was one of them. They were going to push Oracle back, which we begged to keep that in place, and they did. I'm glad to see that.
And as General said that when we met with Senator Sinema, the earmark for the airport is one example that I imagine there's a connection there that you probably don't need to be involved with, but be supportive of because it's our regional airport. And so, you know, I had an opportunity to, you know, thank her for that because Fly Tucson is very important to all of us. Yes,
One
Jim.
last comment on behalf of me and my tribe and all of us here. You know, exactly what Mayor said here. We must come together and sometimes give a little and take a little. But to get that whole feeling of we're all helping the whole region, not just one area. And look at all the little corners of our region. You said it perfectly. There are some plans that weren't on there. They're more farther out, like 5 years, 10, 15, 20 years. That's how we plan.
Right.
And for us, I think to be part with you guys to bring everything to our part, not in the great state of Maricopa, then it would, I asked this team to get together and let's do it.
Right. Thank you.
And we do have someone from MAG online if you have any questions about that.
I'm sure they're taking notes of our comments on the great state of Maricopa from there. Any other questions for Mr. Zinda? No? Thank you. Appreciate all the updates. Next is item number 7, voting rights of the PAG Regional Council and RTA Board. As you know, this is a continuation of a conversation. And I think that's a good segue. We had I was trying to think of this. We also have a bridge that we're going to be getting a contract in Salarito on Monday night at our town council meeting. And that's how I think of us, sort of as a bridge together to economic development, to safety, to security, and all those things. And when I was thinking of this in the long journey back to the 70s for PAG and RTA in 06, I was thinking of pylons, and how if you're building a bridge, I don't want a 6-foot pylon on one part of the bridge and a 1-foot pylon on another part of the bridge. So always open for discussions. I know a lot of you know where I stand on weighted voting, but always willing to have this discussion. And hopefully we can have a productive, discussion. But I'm just more in favor of everybody having the same pylon to keep the bridge structurally sound and moving forward. So with that, Farah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to open up as well.
Sure.
Because I requested this item.
Yep.
And we've been having some pieces of this discussion around this table. It's important for you all to understand that I brought this item as discussion only, and I don't want to push something without you all having the information of what other regional transportation or regional councils do. And so this is for discussion only. It's for us to hear how other councils and transportation boards around the state and throughout the country do their process. And I just want you all to know that I highly appreciate the regional collaboration that we all bring to this table, that I highly appreciate all of the needs of our region and each and every one of the needs of every town and nation on this board. For us in the city of Tucson, we want to make sure that there's fairness, openness, and transparency, and that there's delivery of the program that voters approved back in 2006. And I'm talking about mostly the RTA piece of the conversation. I know that PAG has been working since the 1970s, but there is an opportunity to have a good discussion as a region as we start thinking about the possibility of an RTA next. So I do want to make sure that you all understand this item is for educational and conversation. And, you know, and I want to quote Chairman Yocopicio in one of his letters that he recently sent out, that solving major cross-jurisdictional challenges require a culture of collaboration, deep respect for a diversity of opinion. And so the only way that we can solve issues, especially issues of fairness and openness and transparency and equity, are by having discussions and being able to move based on the needs of the time. So for me, I bring the input and the feedback of my colleagues on the council and the needs of the residents of the city of Tucson. And so I'm just wanted to make sure that I opened up with clarification, the reason why we're bringing this to the table, and that this is hopefully the beginning of a discussion that will move us into a place that we all feel we're winning. So.
And I disagree with my wife almost every day and we're still married, so I don't think that's necessarily a problem.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Mayor Honey had.
Do you want to go first? Or?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, again, at your pleasure, if you recall at the last meeting in August, there was requests by individual members to do some more research, bring back information. Mr. Zinda has done a great job of putting all that together. So at your pleasure, we can have him present and then open it up for conversation, but obviously it's up to you all.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're okay with that? Yeah. Welcome back. You didn't get a
Good to
chance
be
to sit
back.
down very long.
All right. Yes, so I'll be sharing a little bit of information today, specifically about the history of PAG and RTA boards voting rights. I'll also be joined today by Mr. Nathan Pryor, who is the Policy and Government Relations Director at the Maricopa Association of Governments, and he will show us a little bit more about their weighted voting structure up at MAG. Then we'll take questions and followed by two other speakers who I'll introduce at that time. Before continuing on, I think it's important to recall some of the distinctions between the legal definitions of the Pima Association of Governments and the Regional Transportation Authority. PAG operates under delegated authority from the state as a metropolitan planning organization and must comply with federal transportation planning requirements, such as producing both a long-range regional transportation plan, as you know it, the RMAP, and a short-range regional transportation improvement program, or TIP. Moreover, by updating the Transportation Improvement Program, PAG also facilitates programming of millions of federal funding to our region each year, crucial federal funding. The Regional Transportation Authority, on the other hand, is a distinct and independent governing body operating under state law. Because of these legal distinctions, the RTA Board and the PAG Regional Council are different legal bodies subject to different rules regarding voting. Pima Association of Governments became a metropolitan planning organization following some federal legislation mandating the creation of MPOs to facilitate regional planning back about 50 or 60 years ago. PAG, according to the original 1971 bylaws, was created as a nonprofit based on the equality of membership between Pima County, the city of Tucson, and the city of South Tucson. This equality of membership continues for PAG as an MPO today. From these same bylaws, we also see, since the beginning of the incorporation of PAG, each member of the corporation is entitled to one vote on all matters coming before any meeting of its membership. Since its original inception in the 1970s, PAG has continued to maintain the principle of one vote per member, as new members have joined the organization, beginning with the town of Oro Valley in 1974, and continuing on all the way to the inclusion of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the Pasquayaqui tribe in 2002. Turning to the RTA side of things, in early RTA enabling legislation dating back to the 1980s, one equal vote was traditionally given per jurisdiction. As a matter of fact, in the Arizona Revised Statutes, Title 48, Section 5303, which deals with the RTA as we know it here, currently mandates that each member jurisdiction in counties exceeding 400,000 but less than 1.2 million have one vote each, or Pima County. Before the year 2004, it is true that this RTA enabling legislation gave Pima County and the city of Tucson veto rights only for the proposed elements of the regional transportation plan. As a matter of fact, it read, the board shall approve a request for an election to the Board of Supervisors contingent on formal approval, including approval of the proposed elements for the 10-year regional transportation plan. Of course, now we know that was changed to 20. Of the request by the county and the city with the largest population in the county, of the transportation excise tax, and approval of the elements in the 10-year regional transportation plan. Although this veto provision was based on population, by whichever jurisdiction had the greatest population, that is, it was not quite weighted voting per se, because each member still possessed one equal vote to advance any motion. Additionally, this veto provision was only applicable for referring the proposed RTA plan to the voters and not for any other action that may have come before the RTA board. In the spirit of regional leadership and collaboration, former Pima County Supervisor Ramon Valadez and former Tucson Mayor Bob Walkup decided that they would give up this veto right to ensure the success of the RTA that we have today. Of this, former Supervisor Ramon Valadez said, we did this because we understood that if we were to be successful, this had to be a collaborative effort of all partners in our region. It was a clear signal to the entire community that the RTA was not going to be business as usual, but rather a new way of doing business that was citizen-driven, not jurisdiction-driven, accountable and transparent, and most of all, together as one region and absent of any jurisdictional boundaries or turf wars. In order to formally give up this veto provision by the city of Tucson and Pima County, the Arizona Revised Statutes were amended in the Arizona State Legislature through House Bill 2507. This bill struck out the language that we saw on the last slide surrounding the veto provision and paved the way for the RTA as it exists currently. It is true that there was an attempt in 2011 to change the voting structure of the RTA board by then State Representative Daniel Patterson, who introduced House Bill 2131 to the legislature to implement this change. It does not appear that any PAG regional council member at that time sponsored this change, as this bill was unanimously opposed during a regional council meeting on January 27th, 2011. The bill was not enacted, of course, or we might be having a different discussion. And Representative Patterson indicated that it was legislation created from an earlier legislative session, interestingly enough, and was administratively pushed through the legislative process at the beginning of the session in 2011. Representative Patterson also expressed to PAG and the RTA that the RTA had performed all of its tasks in the public interest and treated all jurisdictions fairly. In 2017, the PAG Regional Council and RTA Board unanimously approved a joint resolution approving and adopting a pledge to encourage and uphold the importance of regional collaboration as the PAG Regional Council and RTA Board members address regional priorities and jointly pursue regional solutions. In fact, it was, I quote, as saying, collaborative leadership identifies and recognizes that regionally critical issues cross jurisdictional boundaries and that individual jurisdiction members must work together as equal partners for the region to reach consensus to address these issues. At the request of Mayor Winfield, we looked at the track record of unanimous votes for the PAG Regional Council and the RTA Board. Consensus has been a long-term trend, it seems, among the Regional Council on most matters coming before it. In fact, about 99% over the last 10 years. For all action items in that time, we have recorded 385 unanimous votes, and only 5 non-unanimous actions were approved with split votes, as you can see on the sub-bullet below.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's in 10 years.
In 10 years. When it comes to the RTA board, you can see that there's a 95% full consensus on the board in the last 10 years. In that time, 136 unanimous votes were cast on action items. Only 5 non-unanimous items were approved. 2 non-unanimous votes failed with split votes, and these were unsuccessful alternative motions on 2 of the 5 approved non-unanimous matters listed above on that slide. Kind of looking across the nation now, there was a survey conducted by the Federal Highway Administration of 276 metropolitan planning organizations, appears back in 2017. Among other things, this survey seemed to show that overall weighted voting doesn't appear to be that common. FHWA found that 13%, or 36 of the 276 MPO respondents, used weighted voting. Several MPOs they reported that weighted voting permitted by their bylaws had never actually been used. Of the 38 MPOs in regions with a population exceeding 1 million people, 10 have used weighted voting, for about 26% of that group. At the request of Mayor Romero, we'll now hear from 3 guest speakers. First, I will turn over the presentation to Mr. Nathan Pryor, once again, Policy and Government Relations Director at MAG, and he will speak on MAG's weighted vote policy. After his remarks, we'll open it up to any questions you may have to Mr. Pryor or myself or any other PAG staff. Following those questions, we'll hear from Dr. Matt Hines, District 2 Supervisor on the Pima County Board of Supervisors, followed by Dr. Arlie Adkins, Associate Professor in Urban Planning at the University of Arizona. Mr. Pryor, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the PAG Regional Council. As Mr. Zinda pointed out, my name is Nathan Pryor. I'm the Policy and Government Relations Director at the Maricopa Association of Governments. So glad to join you this afternoon. Would have made the trip down to Tucson as a twice graduate of the University of Arizona, a long-time Tucson resident, always enjoying my time in Tucson. Also acknowledging Chairman Yucapicio. I did work for the Pasquayaki tribe for some time and actually served on the management committee on behalf of the tribe to PAG. So good to be back. So thanks for the introduction. Just going to give an overview of MAG, provide some context about our weighted voting. So MAG Regional Council, we are 32 member agencies plus 2 state transportation board members. So of those 32 member agencies, we have 3 Native nations, being the Fort McDowell Yavapai Nation, the Gila River Indian Community, and the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian Community. We're also in 2 counties, all of Maricopa County and the northern portion of Pinal County. And our balance is 27 cities and towns. 2 of those are included in Pinal County, meaning Florence and the city of Maricopa. MAG was created in 1967. We were born out of the League of Arizona Cities and Towns. Our first committee, our discussion item, if you will, was on building codes. The region was growing in 1967. Our member agencies saw an opportunity to have uniformity in our growing region. So really this emphasizes MAG as a forum, which is still emphasized today, where our member agencies can bring regional issues and have conversations. So MAG is a metropolitan planning organization and a council of government. Of important note, we are not a regional transportation authority, an RTA. I'm going to get into some of the details about weighted voting, but our voting is based on relevant agency participation. So I say that because we are more than a metropolitan planning organization, meaning more than just transportation issues. Some of our issues are within Maricopa County, if you will, so might not be appropriate for Pinal County members to vote on those issues. An example of that is our Prop 400 regional sales tax for transportation, which was solely in Maricopa County. But I'll give a little bit more examples of that here in a moment. Next slide, please. Our management committee and our regional council do have weighted voting procedures. Our transportation policy committee does not, in part because we have business appointees appointed by House and Senate leadership on our transportation committee. But but importantly for this conversation, MAG's system of weighted voting is a two-part test. It's a numerical vote, number one, and then followed with a weighted vote. And I'll get into some of the machinations here in an upcoming slide, but it's important to note that this is used to block motions, if you will. It's not to advance or push something through. Next slide, please. This gives a little bit more detail about that. The first vote being numeric, numerically passed by a majority of members. Secondly, the same vote is called again and passed by weight, utilizing the most recent decennial census on membership population. Next slide, please. So here's a flow chart of our voting process. The top portions are what would normally be a regular vote, probably at any entity where a motion is offered, the motion is considered. So those are those first two boxes going down. And then you'll see it kind of breaks up into three. And that's where I'm talking about the relevant agencies voting on what's appropriate for them. So that example that I gave on the far right box, Maricopa County transportation members voting on Proposition 400 issues. Again, the regional sales tax voter approved within Maricopa County. Those issues would not be voted on by Pinal County members, to which they would abstain. So in the green, you can see if a motion does pass, the motion passes, fails, it fails. It's kind of standard process here. However, in the weighted voting portion, you'll see that if a motion passes, there can be a call for a weighted vote. And you can see the two-part test there below. So if if it fails numerically, it fails on a weighted vote. Of course, it fails. If it fails numerically but passes on a weight, it still fails, not having met that two-part test. If it passes numerically but fails on a weight, it still fails. And the only way to succeed with a weighted vote is to pass numerically and pass with a weighted vote. So let me give you an example of this. It's kind of difficult to conceptualize how something is intended to block something. And I should say this too. This is set up so it forces our member agencies to continue having conversations on issues. So again, less of a offense, if you will, and pushing something through, and more of a defense to continue conversations around an issue or item. So back in 2008, we had a joint meeting of our regional council and transportation policy committee. In that, we were working on, at the time, a 208 water quality permit issue. I believe PAG does work on 208 issues as well. There was a proposed development that was going through this process. We had a number of months of deliberation at our technical committee level, even at our policy committee levels, our management committee. That went on for a number of months. You can imagine there was significant amount of discussion and effectively lobbying among MAG member agencies. The item was scheduled to go to regional council. However, at the chair's discretion, the item was pulled or withheld prior to that meeting. The member agency who was interested in seeing that this permit process be approved at the beginning of the meeting made a motion to continue or hold all agenda items until the 208 issue was heard and voted on. This would have basically ended the meeting had the motion succeeded. There was a numeric vote in which the motion failed, 8 yeses to 17 noes. And then there was a move to invoke a weighted vote. However, even you can see by our two-part our test before the two-part test, really not supposed to call for weighted votes if having not succeeded numerically. However, and I won't get into all the details. There were a number of breaks at that meeting for legal counsel to consult and review bylaws and such. But fast forward to the end, among those numeric 8 yes votes, that equated to 59% of the weight. And the no's amounted to 51% of the weight, or sorry, not percent, 59 weighted votes to 51 no weighted votes. So the two-part test failed. So numerically, it failed, but on the weighted vote, it did pass. So that's kind of that second scenario you see down below. Numeric fails, weighted passes, ultimately motion fails. Needless to say, when weighted votes are called, and I've been at MAG since 2007, seen 2 of these happen. It's very passionate conversations around these issues. Ultimately, that item did come back in the following month, that 208 issue. We did see a split vote. Ultimately, was approved, but with a number of concessions involved. Next slide, please. So as I indicated, having a weighted vote is very rare. You can see a quote from our executive director, Eric Anderson, just noting that it is very rare to have weighted votes called. I'd like to think that at MAG, we do a great job of vetting issues through our technical committees up to our management committees, committee before it gets to Transportation Policy Committee or regional council level. But sometimes our member agencies will simply disagree on an item. So we do have a weighted voting process as noted, and that's how we handle these issues. Hopefully that explains weighted voting at MAG. It is complex yet simple at the same time. It's, I think, difficult for people to get their minds around a blocking mechanism versus something that's going to push an item through. But Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to answer any questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And Mr. Pryor, appreciate your presentation, especially appreciate that in the last slide, you referred to an Arizona Daily Star article that I had read. And another quote from Mr. Anderson in that article, before I reference it, can you share with all of us how many voting members does the Maricopa Association of Governments have?
Mr. Chairman, members of the Regional Council, as indicated, we have 32 member agencies at MAG. At our Regional Council, we add 2 more, those being 2 state transportation board members.
Thank you. Wanted to ask, with reference to another quote from Mr. Anderson in that article, and I'm paraphrasing, of course, because I don't have the article in front of me. He said that weighted voting was put in so that the smaller jurisdictions couldn't gang up, for lack of a better phrase, on the larger jurisdictions. We have 9 voting members on the PEMA Association of Governments. How would you envision a weighted voting system functioning in an entity that has that many members?
Mr. Chairman, members of PAC Regional Council, I have not thought through what that would look like with the number of member agencies that you have and what the considerations might be. Obviously up here, the challenge is the simple number of member agencies managing vote processes. But obviously that lends to kind of the diverse populations, if you will, and dispersed populations around the region. So apologize for that. I don't have an answer to how you all might take on a weighted voting process and think about that.
Could you expand then on the comment that Mr. Anderson made about the role of weighted voting in MAG and the way of balancing the interests of the larger jurisdictions as opposed to the smaller jurisdictions? If you could expand on that comment.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of Regional Council. The example that I gave, in the numeric votes, you saw that was did not succeed. But of those members that did vote for that, let me pull up my vote tally one moment here. So of the 8 that voted in the affirmative, those were largely large member agencies. And you can tell by the weighted outcome that they had 59 to 51. So this was a time where the arguably smaller MAG member agencies were able to block a motion that was carried by some of the larger population members. We have this in an Excel spreadsheet at the office where we've tested a number of scenarios depending on the issue area. There's no shortage of ways and scenarios that this can be looked at. No easy outcomes, and it's really dependent on the issue and the motion being made. So it's very difficult to think through all the numbers of scenarios that one might encounter at a meeting with, again, motion being made. Is it motion in an affirmative? And again, who's going to vote which way, given how a motion is offered. So it's quite complex. Once you start trying to think of scenarios, we like to try to practice this from time to time and be ready with how we handle weighted voting processes. But again, fortunately, it's very rare that weighted voting is called at MAG.
And Mr. Chairman, I like that the ultimate goal that Mr. Pryor cited for the Maricopa Association of Governments, indeed for all such bodies, including ours, is to continue having conversations on issues. And given the complexities that our guest just referred to, I can understand now the data that Mr. Zinda shared, that there's not been a significant number of MPOs representing jurisdictions our size that have weighted voting. Mr. Pryor, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
thank you.
thank you. And I would concur with that comment, and thank you for being here, Mr. Pryor. Hearing our track record over the last 10 years that basically we've voted unanimously, I think it was 99% of the time. How would you see that as a track record for an MPO?
Mr. Chairman, members of Regional Council, that actually mirrors us quite closely in preparation for this conversation. I didn't go through our actual minutes, but I could probably count on one hand in the past 10 years the number of split votes we've had. So very rare. Once again, I think we do a really great job of vetting issues, again, from the technical level up to our policy committees. Checking back through government relations staff is an important part of that as well. Working with our city managers and in getting issue areas, handled just right, if you will. So a lot of nuance goes into that. A lot of conversations with my counterparts around the region, meaning government relations staff. So we have a very effective process. There was an audit done a number of years ago, I think it was before I arrived at MAG, where there was a note about the somewhat disappointed lack of just controversy that happens at regional council that is pretty vanilla and boring, if you will. But credit our processes and our relationships with our member agencies in running issues to ground before they reach regional council.
Right, thank you. And I as well, I know we had an audit at our 10-year mark, and it was it went very well. And probably to Supervisor Scott's comments, that's probably why the majority of MPOs do not have a weighted voting, because we figure out ways to stay on the bridge together and continue to move forward. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question on the weighted voting. You said the 8 had 59 votes and the 17 had 51. So it seemed like almost everybody was getting more than. How did you determine how many votes each city or town entity got? Was it per 100,000 citizens, or how did you establish the weighted vote?
Mr. Chairman, members of Regional Council, I would actually need to go back through the mechanism to the totals. And again, this is dependent on the scenarios. What is being voted on depends on who can vote. So there's not always going to add up to the same amount. In this case, 110. And that's also dependent on who was at the meeting. So I would need to get back to you. I'd be happy to look that up and share some of that information with you, but don't have that off the top of my head. I apologize.
General Maxwell.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Pryor, thank you for being here. This has obviously been an issue that's been talked about a lot, both at our meetings and in the public eye. So I've just got two questions for you. One's a clarification, and it's really, I guess, a good stop. But you kept using the word, it's a blocking action, but on one of the slides you had veto. So I just wanted to confirm the only time you really go to a weighted vote, and your scenarios showed that you could call for one on a failed, but because it failed on the numerical, it's going to fail anyway. So the intent really is the only time somebody's going to call for a weighted vote is if something passes that they want to veto effectively. Is that
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of Regional Council, that is correct. So clearly, if something's going to pass and someone's calling a weighted vote, that means they have an issue with that, what passed. And then we go through the weighted voting procedure. So it is intended to block that motion that passed.
It's the veto. And Mr. Pryor, the other question I've got for you, obviously 34 members. And I've seen the breakdown on the weighted voting. So with that, confirming with 34 members, all having their own assigned weights, you don't have any single entity or even really two or three that when they added together would achieve more than 50% of the vote on a weighted vote. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, members of Regional Council, I would need to go back through our weighted voting chart. We did share that with PAG staff. I don't have it in front of me at this time, but it would, conceivably take, if we think about this region, the Phoenix metro region, Phoenix, Mesa, Tempe, Glendale, those large populations, conceivably take a number of quote unquote large cities and population to kind of carry the weighted vote. But obviously we have a lot of member agencies, some of them with significant populations as well. So again, it's issue dependent, and it's in terms of who can vote on a given item. So there's a number of scenarios, obviously, in terms of how that breakdown would occur.
Thank you, sir.
General Maxwell, I would concur because my memory serves me. I think DeSola was like 120 and Phoenix had 33.
Sure.
So you would have to get, which is different than us, you'd have to get multiple jurisdictions to get on board to prevent, to have that blocking mechanism. So I read it much like you do.
Right. Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I pulled up my notes here. Full regional council, including Pinal for simplicity, the weight total is a number of votes is 120. Phoenix is 36 of that.
Oh, 36.
Mhm. Mesa 11, so it starts to fall off quite a bit. Glendale 6, for example, Scottsdale 6. So you can kind of see the order of magnitude there.
So once again, my memory fails me. I thought it was 33, 36. I apologize. Thanks for the correction.
No worries.
Any more comments for Mr. Pryor before Mayor Winfield?
So, Mr. Pryor, this weighted voting is used as a blocking measure, but in a sense that permit came back, it was approved. So in a sense it advanced that, I suppose. Is weighted voting ever used in a more offensive, on an offense to advance something, not to block something? Or that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of Regional Council, no, not really, just by design. So if a motion passes, that's kind of the end of it, if you will. If the motion passes, and that's the action that the body has taken. You can see when a weighted voting is called for, it's because there's an issue with that motion that did pass. So it's really
So if a motion failed but a jurisdiction has an interest in that passing, then the weighted voting isn't used in that way.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of Regional Council, that's actually the example that I used where numerically the vote did not pass. However, after lots of conversation, we did do a weighted vote, and it did not pass, not because of the weight part, but because of the numeric part. So going in, the numeric has to work first. And then to call a weighted vote, again, it's a blocking mechanism.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I was just informed, and I apologize, Chairman Norris, you had your hand up, which I can't see. So if you'd like to ask your question, this would be a good time.
Yes, I would. Thank you very much. Good to see you, Nathan. Thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering, are you familiar with or aware of any, because you have, I think you said 3 tribal jurisdictions on the MAG, have you or have those tribal jurisdictions experienced any impacts, possibly negative impacts as a result of issues or jurisdictional issues that may have negatively impacted those tribal jurisdictions in the form of voting that MAG does incorporate?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again, Mr. Norris. In fact, the scenario that I laid out, the 208 issue, was brought forward by a Native Nation community, as Fort McDowell Yavapai Nation had concerns about the Verde River, which they draw their drinking water from. Also, Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community was very involved with that. So they're the ones that had initial issues with the proposed 208 permit considered for approval. And that's why we had a number of months of meetings at the technical level and our management committee. In fact, when the chair tabled this item at the regional council meeting, it did go back for another round of technical committee and management committee vetting before it did come back to regional council the following month. As I noted, a number of concessions were made by the member agency advancing the 208 permit. Ultimately, Fort McDowell Yavapai Nation still voted no, but the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community abstained at that time. So then the 208 permit went through the county and on, it left MAG. Ultimately, the development did not happen more for financial reasons than any other, given that this was the time of the recession. So there were other factors at play here. But to the question, yes, I mean, this issue was brought forward by Fort McDowell Yavapai Nation, Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community. At that time, President Clinton Patea did speak to the regional council, as well as President Diane Enos at that time, very much had an interest in their view, protecting the Verde River.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the response.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Norris.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
Mr. Pryor, since you've got your chart called up, how many weighted votes are assigned to the nations? And
Mr. Chairman, members of Regional Council, each Native Nation gets 1 vote based on population. And just to kind of context that, others who have 1 vote are City of Tolleson, Wickenburg, Youngtown, Queen Creek, Gila Bend, Fountain Hills, Carefree, Cave Creek. So our smaller communities, a number of them have 1 single vote in the weighted vote.
thank you.
Which proportionally would seem obviously much smaller than our 2 nations would have out of the 9.
Well, I know one of the issues that came up when they initially signed it was a little bit of how do you count members of the nation? So early on the tribal land, or how's it play out? That was, I think the solution went to just purely on that land that's sovereign. So it doesn't double count the tribal members. service. And that's, again, it's just something to be aware of as you go forward with the idea of taking a look at the score and what kind of way to go to do that.
Right.
There's a lot of different ways to have it.
Chairman.
Thank you, Nathan. You look well. I hope you're doing good, and you impress me even more and confuse me even more. But thank you. I just wanted to say hi to you and know that, there's a good man there at MAG doing some good work, and I'm glad you worked for us the days you did, and we wish you well, but we have a lot of work to do on this issue, and thank you for helping us out.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Chairman Yucapicio. Obviously, this process is confusing, not intended to by design, but again, until you've really kind of worked through it and understand some of the scenarios, it can be challenging to understand at first glance.
Sure. Nathan, thank you so much for your presentation, very thorough, and thank you for sharing your presentation to the PAG staff. If the staff can share that presentation, all of the presentations given today to the council members, it would be good, because as you said, there's intricacies in the process. Does the weighted vote apply to the MAG or just the regional council and management committee? Because in looking at it, that's what we understand. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mayor Romero, that is correct. The weighted voting procedure applies to regional council and management committee.
And the weighted vote, as you said before, is weighted by population.
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. And there aren't any half votes or anything like that, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mayor Romero, that is correct. No half votes.
So can you explain a little bit how those votes are applied when it comes to weighted voting? A certain amount gets one vote. So for example, the city of Phoenix's head has 36 votes or 37?
Mayor Romero, 36. Depending on the issue, but for simplicity, yes, 36.
Okay. And so every vote is counted by how many people in that city?
Yes, Mayor, that is correct, based on the most recent decennial census.
Okay, but how does Phoenix get to 36?
Mr. Chairman, Mayor Romero, so our vote count, and again, I'll need to research this point, but our vote count is 120. How we arrived at 120, that's the research work I need to do and get back to you. But when you start with 120 and you start breaking it out percentage of population, that's where we get Phoenix to 36.
Okay.
Is your question, Mayor, that do they get 36 every vote, or?
No,
oh,
how
okay.
do they get, how is one vote applied? In other words, is it every 50,000 people or every 100,000 people you get one vote? See what I'm saying?
Mr. Chairman, Mayor Romero, it's more simply of our total population as a region, and then the percentage population that in this case, City of Phoenix has of our total regional population. It's a percentage.
So, oh, it's a percentage. Okay. And when were these provisions put into the regional council? Do you remember when?
Mr. Chairman, Mayor Romero, I believe in Mr. Zinda's presentation with his great research work, looks like 1991 is when these provisions were put into effect.
Okay. And it wasn't there before, but it was because you said that MAG was created in 1967,
yes.
67, if I was listening correctly. So it was in 1991. So the legislation can be changed if this particular region would want to institute this change.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mayor Romero, yes, this is a function of our bylaws. It's not a function of any state statute legislation. So if there was a change to be proposed, it would be from our member agencies and it would be an amendment to our bylaws.
Okay. So this is not part of your statutes that created either the PAG or the regional council, the MAG or the regional council.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor Romero, that is correct. We're not a regional transportation authority, so we don't have that provision under statute. But as noted, we are a metropolitan planning organization and the Council of Governments operating with under our bylaws.
Okay, alrighty, that's good to know. I'm very, very happy that to hear that your executive director and from you, Mr. Pryor, that the weighted vote is not typical. I think we lost him. He's still there?
Plugged up.
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, you're still here.
Oh,
Great.
okay.
It went blank.
That's exactly what, you know, what we want and what I want and what the city of Tucson wants. We have to make sure that there are provisions to protect the jurisdictions in terms of representation. But we hope never to have to use it. So that's absolutely 100% with the spirit and intent of what the city of Tucson would want to have this conversation about, so that there's protection in terms of the population being well represented. The weighted vote also applies to the management committee, if I understand correctly.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor Romero, yes, that is correct.
And I understand also that the executive committee, there's certain representatives that are always part of the executive committee. Can you explain a little bit about that, if you may?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mayor Romero, we made a recent change to our bylaws, recent meeting with, I believe, in the past 2 or 3 years, that indicates that the central city, in this case, obviously Phoenix, should have a standing seat on the executive committee. That's largely to a function of being a metropolitan planning organization. In federal statutes and regulations, there's often references regarding MPOs, metropolitan planning organizations, and its relationship with its central city. So we thought that was an important provision to add to our bylaws.
Alrighty.
Okay, and I had one last question. In 1991, was there anything in particular that, since it was in place since the 60s, that triggered that thought process?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of Regional Council, I don't have all the information. I mentioned that MAG was kind of born out of the League of Cities and Towns. For a number of years, they were co-located. In fact, the League staff were also MAG staff. So kind of doing both at once. Then finally, the region simply grew and got too big. And as an organization, MAG kind of broke off from the League, if you will. And with that growth, more incorporated cities and towns, more member agencies. So I'm not know for certain, but I imagine that this conversation wanted to have some certainties among some member agencies in providing for some protections regarding motions and votes at the regional council and management committee.
Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I just want to be respectful of the other presenters. So if we can continue to listen to their presentation.
Mr. Zinda.
Yes, on my schedule, I will now hear from Dr. Matt Hines, District 2 Supervisor on the Pima County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the Regional Council. Appreciate this opportunity and especially would like to thank Mayor Romero for the invitation to present. Apologies for my background. I am in transit, so I have about 20 minutes or so before I have to run to an airplane. But I would like to talk a little bit about something that I presented back in August to the Board of Supervisors. a proposal for weighted voting that I think is a really reasonable compromise. It's a simple structure. It is for jurisdictions. So, for example, if the jurisdiction is less than 250,000 residents, one vote. Jurisdictions between 250,000 and 499,000 residents, 2, and then over 500,000 residents, 3 votes each. This structure ensures that no single jurisdiction can ever have unilateral veto power. And in fact, even if you took the city of Tucson with 3 and Pima County with 2, those 5 weighted votes together still would not be able to stop or force anything through, which I think is important. You would always have to have 3, 4, jurisdictions agreeing on anything to make it happen or to prevent it from happening. That encourages, of course, cross-jurisdictional cooperation and collaboration. It would maintain a level of voting power for smaller jurisdictions that continues to exceed their relative share of the overall population, and would stand a much greater chance than the status quo of bringing the city of Tucson, I think, to the table in a meaningful way when structuring the RTA next, which is a critical goal, I think, for everyone if this is going to succeed. Now, at our board meeting where I presented the proposal, I was asked to identify some specific examples of where the city of Tucson had been in some way disempowered by the current voting structure. There are several. I think the mayor and council did a pretty good job of listing those in their study session just last week. But just a few quickly: postponing or unilaterally canceling meetings would be an example. The executive director's review being postponed, altering the rotation of the regional council and RTA board offices, the chairmanship, vice chairmanship, etc. That is another, I think, important example, just to name a couple. When these kinds of things happen, I think it has an effect beyond just the city of Tucson. It really does affect the whole region adversely. And so, as Dr. Arlie Atkins will explain in more detail after I'm done here, the Pima Association of Governments is somewhat of an outlier for metropolitan regions of our size when it comes to representation and voting. You heard from MAG that they have, I think it was 32 members. That's significantly higher than our 9. We only have, of course, the 9 members, and we represent over over 1 million people. The average for jurisdictions of our size is about 29. So I think that is important. These are important things to consider as you all talk about this and potentially, eventually in the future, maybe take action. Now, for those jurisdictions that don't have, for MPOs that don't have a weighted voting system, they can actually achieve more proportional representation based on population by adding certain members to the council, like those representing aviation or other transit services and even school boards. So there are other ways to do this, not beyond that. So, and now actually in the ADOT MPO guidelines and procedures manual, there's, I think, a really important quote, and I'm going to have to sort of phone a friend here because I don't have the complete manual. I'm going to ask my chief of staff who is there with you all if he could please reference the specific area of the manual that I find is most telling here with regard to what we're seeing done here and what the guidelines show.
Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Supervisor is referring to the MPO guidelines and procedures manual put out by ADOT, which I'll leave a copy with staff. And specifically on page 3-5 of that, where they talk about MPO voting membership. And this is, again, guidelines from ADOT based on federal law. As we've heard, MPOs are federally regulated. It says, quote, the voting membership of an MPO consists of elected officials of affected local governments and is apportioned on an equitable geographic population basis. The voting membership can include representatives of statutorily authorized planning boards, an official of an agency operator of a major mode of transportation, and any authority or agency created by law to perform transportation functions. For example, aviation authorities, a school board, etc. This is the piece that's really interesting because I don't think that this has been enacted going back to 2004 here in Pima County. For an MPO that is additionally designated as a TMA, a Transportation Management Area, which means population of 200,000 or more residents, federal law, and then it cites two federal laws, 23 U.S. Code 134 D2 and 23 CFR 450.310 subsection D, specifically requires that its voting membership include A, local elected officials, B, officials of agencies administering major transportation systems, so here that would be Suntran, and C, appropriate state officials such as ADOT, which of course is represented here. So in addition to the supervisor's points about the weighted voting, it's important that we want to bring forward that it looks like Suntran should have always had a seat at this table and doesn't yet. So I'll turn it back to you, Supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you. And just in conclusion, there is a long history of one vote per jurisdiction, still a regional and cooperative approach to decision making. However, I do think the current system has not unified the region and does not adequately represent the population proportionately, and that can lead to some disenfranchisement, especially with regard to the most vulnerable populations, lower income populations of color. Frankly, half of my district, really Latino, African American, American Indians, and so on. So I think that honestly, I think some fairly simple. I believe that that you all can simply do this. It might require statutory change, but I also, from my reading of the statute, it says member, not jurisdiction. So I think that you could simply add a couple of members from the city of Tucson. You could add an additional member from the county, maybe Mr. Huckleberry or Carmine Damone, someone, and then add the director of Suntran. You'd end up with 13. Nobody could, unilaterally veto anything or force anything through. And I think largely you still end up with unanimous votes, but it would be a really important gesture. And I think that would help to ensure that the city of Tucson is part of this process. In light of recent events with the unanimous vote of the council, I'm most concerned that we could lose the amazing regional approach that is so attractive, looking at attracting businesses and growing businesses. That regional transportation approach is something we absolutely have to preserve going forward. So with that, I will stop talking and entertain any questions if you have any. And
yeah,
again,
I had a couple to start with, but I don't know if Thomas, do you want to, from a couple of things that came up from a legal perspective, did you want to weigh in? I know it might be the first time you've heard some of this, so I didn't know if you wanted to add any comments yet.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I honestly haven't considered a lot of this. I haven't looked at it. So, we have bylaws that say, who's allowed to be on and that kind of thing. But, the regional council can amend its bylaws. Maybe at some point you've got to go back to the federal government and you've got to have that approved because you still have your nonprofit status to look at. So when you amend bylaws, if they're significant, you're gonna have to go back through that process, but it's just a process.
Right.
But I honestly would hate to shoot from the hip.
Right.
Right.
The council's kind of
And thank you. Supervisor Hines, when I saw the breakdown of it, ADOT wasn't given any weighted voting and being a state delegated authority. What was your thinking on ADOT's representative not having any weighted voting?
That's something that you all can certainly consider. I just felt that having that representation, of course, is important, but there's not a specific population that they represent. I mean, they're representing the state, of course, but there's not a specific, county, unincorporated county or, incorporated jurisdiction within Pima County that representative is actually speaking on behalf of. So I don't think that there was necessarily a need to increase their weight, but that is, again, this is completely up to you all. I believe you all can do this. You already have the authority. You can design this however you want. You could give everybody 2 and give 4 or 5 to Tucson and give 3 more to the county and achieve the same thing that way. You have like something in the mid-20s in terms of members, getting closer to Maricopa. So you really do have this authority, I think.
Right. And then I know we heard about H Bill 2131 that Mayor Ekstrom opposed, and then
Me too.
Yeah, and then I heard you opposed it as well. So how has your thinking changed that at the time you were opposed to weighted voting and now you think it's a good thing?
Sure. So, that bill actually, the city of South Tucson specifically was against. But the way that bill established the weighted voting would have actually reduced the city of South Tucson's weight or influence, and therefore they were not in favor of that. Of course, at the time, these are old district lines that I was representing, Legislative District 29, which is somewhat actually quite similar, minus Saurita, to my county district, District 2. So I represented at that time and at this time the city of South Tucson, and in discussions with leadership, I took that position based on their concerns. The model kind of hybrid that I presented today and to the board before, that it does not cause that problem. The city of South Tucson would have would have substantially more weight, frankly, with this system than they would have had with that bill that I opposed.
Right. I have two quick other questions and then I'll shut up. But this was presented to the Board of Supervisors, correct? And the governing body that you serve on rejected that. So what is your thinking on why we should consider it if the body that you serve on didn't support it?
Well, so frankly, the regional council are the relevant authority here. And in terms of convincing my colleagues to make that formal recommendation, it's not something they could have just done because, again, this authority is vested with you all here. So I think that just because that discussion may be ongoing, it doesn't necessarily mean that it isn't something you should take up and look at very seriously.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may, just because it's connected with the question that you just asked, and safe travels to my colleague from District 2, and thank you for being here today. Yes, Supervisor Hines did ask if we would endorse his plan as the official position of Pima County, and we voted that down. Our colleague in District 4 in the same meeting asked if we would make one jurisdiction, one vote the official position of Pima County. We voted that down. And I voted no on both those motions because we had made a commitment to each other to continue to have an open mind and open discussion on these issues. And in saying that, I'm not only sharing with all of you what we decided as a council, but perhaps previewing some questions that I have for Mayor Romero later in the meeting.
Okay. And my last one before I turn over to my colleagues, knowing that you're one of my supervisors, South Tucson, I think you have an incorporated area, and then the city, where right now each one of our residents receive equal representation, in my opinion, as it exists now. And if we go to this weighted voting, you'll have constituents in your district that would have less vote, weight within your same district. So I think of South Tucson as an example, and I think 22nd Street runs through you, correct? 22nd Street? No, 26. So I think from a perspective of why should somebody below 26 have less of a representation than somebody that lives, north of 26 that might be in a different jurisdiction. And my last point would be back on, I think it was 04, we bought the nations, both of the nations in, which I hope we were very proud of, to have, give everybody an equal vote. And this dilution that I feel that would be taking place, I think moves us backwards in one jurisdiction as opposed to the other. But if you want to comment on sort of why the residents of Salarita would be represented less in your district than others.
Sure. No, I'm just looking at the table that I included with my proposal when we discussed it. The city of South Tucson, actually, the population is about 0.5% of the total county population. And in my recommended, my example here, what they would have 8.3% of the vote. And then looking at the city of Tucson, which is of course over 52% of the population of Pima County. In the system I'm recommending, they would have just 25% of that vote. So I think that the way it's arranged now, actually, the city of South Tucson has a fairly robust portion that is significant. They have an outsized amount of weight or footprint compared to their population, but the city of Tucson has an incredibly small amount of footprint or influence with that just one vote, given the fact that they're over 50% of the county. And a large, almost 2/3 of my district is actually incorporated city of Tucson. So my residents within the city of Tucson, especially folks who are members of communities of color, are just are disproportionately affected in that way. So I think their say is reduced in this current system, which is why I so strongly support you looking at this.
Right. And part of the part of the magic that I think of this is that we all get one vote and we all act and think regionally because of that, as opposed to based on our towns and nations that we happen to live in. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I just had a comment, when the first speaker was talking about under MAG, their half cent is under an MPO. It's not a transportation authority. But an MPO and a transportation authority are very different items. An MPO, I'll use Marana as an example. We're over 50,000 now. Technically, we could become an MPO because the federal regulation says any entity over 50,000 could be an MPO. It's a little bit different if you have MPOs and weighted voting. City of Casa Grande is an MPO, for example. And some of the little regional around them are part of their organization, and they do have a weighted voting, but it's set up under the City of Casa Grande. RTA is not set up under the City of Tucson or Pima County or anybody. It's us as a region. So we're making comparisons of an MPO. Now, as it turns out, our entire county is an MPO, but you have to break it down. An MPO is not an RTA. And we're comparing what's happening in an MPO in Maricopa, right, and an RTA here. And they're not the same organization. So, I mean, you've got to kind of look at it from that perspective as well.
Thank you. Go around the table or raise a hand or?
Well, there's another speaker, but.
Well, yes. Did you want to?
So can you?
Well, he was limited on time.
I do have a question. Can you repeat again, Supervisor Hines? And thank you so much for making time to present to us today, and appreciate you, even though you're in transit, making the time to have this conversation with us and do your presentation. I believe that you did share your memo with the PAG staff, correct?
I believe that is, if that is not accurate, we will make sure that that's happened. I believe that's
Okay, that's wonderful. I just want to make sure that we have your memo where you explained your process. Can you expand a little bit on the representation piece? And when we talk about City of South Tucson or Sahuarita or City of Tucson, you're really talking about the residents in terms of the population, right? The people of the City of Tucson. Can you repeat again the percentages of population, but based on the one vote model, what that percentage comes out to again for the City of Tucson?
Sure. So for the City of Tucson, the percentage of the total county population is 52.3%. And what I'm proposing is that they get the equivalent of 3 votes, which would give them 25% of the weighted vote. Was there any other jurisdiction you wanted me to? And this table, actually, the table is in my memo as well, which everyone, if they don't have, we will make sure that you have that.
Okay, alrighty. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I had read your memo, but I didn't have it in front of us. I don't think any of us had it in front of us. What is the percentage of our one vote on how people are represented? Because I think you also said that number. So the city of Tucson has 557,000 residents, but what is the representation with our one vote?
That's 11%. Everybody has about 11%.
Okay.
Currently.
Okay. I don't have any
Any
more
other
questions.
I know he's on the time frame. That's why I was staying with him before he can drop off. Does anybody else, here's Supervisor General, any questions for him before we move to the next speaker?
Mr. Chairman and members, I really appreciate you accommodating me and my strange transit schedule situation. And I hope this is an ongoing conversation. And if I can be helpful to you all in any way, do not hesitate to reach out.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Safe travels, as Supervisor Scott said.
Take care.
Thank you.
And Mr. Zenda, did you want to introduce the next person or just?
More than happy to. So now we will hear from Dr. Arlie Adkins, Associate Professor and Program Chair of Urban Planning at the University of Arizona. And I turn the time over to you, Dr. Adkins.
Thanks for your patience, Doctor.
Great, thank you all. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Regional Council. It's really great to be here with you today to talk about what I think is a very important and timely topic. If the host could allow me to share, I do have some slides.
Hang on one second.
Okay, and while that's happening, as you heard, my name is Arlie Adkins, an Associate Professor of Urban Planning. A little bit about my background that is relevant here. I have worked with several MPOs in different states on the West and East Coast. I've been in Tucson for about 8 years. And so I've been asked to share some perspectives today on MPO voting. So what I'll be covering here is really why this is important in Tucson, looking at the implications across the US, bringing that external national context, looking a little bit at our region as well as some historical context to understand those equity implications, looking a little bit about what other MPOs across the country are doing, and then answering, I think, or providing perhaps an answer to one of the most pressing questions here, which was, does this really help the way that we're doing it currently? And then a few closing observations. So why this matters here in Tucson in particular. So as we've been discussing, Tucson makes up about 52% of the population that PAG serves. And that's a fairly high percentage when you look at MPOs, especially large MPOs across the country. So we're about 1 million or so in the MPO, as you all know. So looking at MPOs over 800,000, the average is about 33% of the population of the primary being in the primary city. But often, especially on the East Coast and Midwest, you'll see these numbers get down to 10 or 15%. Atlanta, Minneapolis are good examples like that. So we are a bit of an outlier in terms of the 52% of the population being represented by just 11% of the regional council votes. So one of the other reasons this is so important in our region is the RTA is, it goes above and beyond, as some of you have mentioned, the work of an MPO because the organizations are so closely linked. So as you know, the primary function of an MPO, its federally mandated function is to distribute federal and state funds and assist and facilitate with regional planning in a region. Some other MPOs will take on a big role in big regionally significant projects like highway projects, light rail projects. But the size and the scope of the RTA really means that the city of Tucson is more reliant on regional funding for transportation needs that in many other places would be more under local control than what we see in most cities. So just an example of that, and I'm not saying that this is a bad thing here. So this is the RTA funded signalized pedestrian crossings from a recent RTA report. So these are projects that are really important to the city of Tucson. These are also, I think, important to the region, but is an example of how RTA has a really big impact on all of the local jurisdictions in our region, in addition to the MPO's role in just facilitating and distributing federal and state funds. So this leaves Tucson residents with both less representation and more reliance on the regional council for its transportation system than would be normal for a city our size. And I want to make it clear that this conversation should not just be about the TIP or the RTA project inclusion, but it's really about lots of these other things that don't necessarily make the headlines. So small actions, policy decisions, policy interpretations. Title VI, we saw just today, and I think that, we were talking about examples of non-unanimous votes. Just today, it sounds like over the objection of the representative representing 52% of the population of the region, the Title VI implementation plan was passed. So these are important things that happen in addition to just those major funding decisions. So looking at national evidence, a 2006 study showed that MPOs that lacked proportional representation tended to disenfranchise urban residents and people of color. Another national study showed that disproportionately high suburban MPO representation leads to higher funding for highways at the expense of investments in public transit. And a more recent 2015 study looking at Boston's NPO showed that under representation of the region's non-white population. So here you can see a scatter plot from that just showing as the proportion of the white population increased, so did the representation ratio, or essentially the representation power that each resident in these jurisdictions had. In Tucson, I think that people have been very correct to point out that it is very important and a significant achievement that we have such strong representation from Tohono O'odham Nation, the Pasco Yaqui tribe, and the city of South Tucson. These represent communities that have traditionally been overlooked and marginalized in many transportation decisions. And this partnership and this representation is going to be critical moving forward. It's a slightly different picture, a very different picture when we look at representation of different groups within Tucson. So for Tucson's 11% say in regional council decisions, they're representing 52% of the region's total population, as we discussed, 46% of the region's veterans, 56% of the region's workers, 60% of the residents under 35, 63% of the Hispanic Latino population, 63% of households living in poverty, 73% of the region's military families, and 81% of the public transit commuters. These numbers to me show that there is an equity issue that needs to be looked at very closely in the representation on the regional council. A little bit of historical context that I'll move through quickly in the interest of time. MPOs are a product of the 1960s, a decade that, as you all know, included the civil rights movement, rapid suburbanization, fights around segregation, and overtly racialized and racist policies and practices that targeted communities of color and other vulnerable populations. Suburban dominated MPOs were sometimes used to carry out these practices. And there's a fantastic book by Norm Krumholtz that I would recommend to any of you who read. We're at a point where the planning profession, and I think much of society, is really trying to grapple with this legacy of how urban policies like these resonate within our communities still today. And I think we're past the point where we can just say, this is how we've done things for 50 years and use that as an argument to continue the status quo if we see issues in terms of representation and equity. So as we've been discussing, but I think there is an important point to clarify here, there are several different ways of having voting for decision-making on MPOs. One vote per jurisdiction, which is what we currently have in our region, weighted representation, and weighted voting. So the difference between these two, of course, is weighted representation means that a larger jurisdiction will get more member seats on a council. Weighted voting is similar to what we heard in Phoenix for MAG and a few other MPOs around the country. So similar to what we heard earlier in the presentation from PAG, there are not a lot, when we look at the whole number of MPOs across the country, there are not a lot of, not a high percentage of MPOs have adopted these more complex voting and representation schemes. According to a 2018 survey, 27% have adopted some form of weighted representation, and 13% some form of weighted voting. So does this mean that Tucson is in good company and that these numbers should be used to defend our continuation of the one vote per jurisdiction policy? I would say in a word, no. And let me unpack this a little bit more for you. So we need to be very careful about benchmarking ourselves against the typical, the average, or most MPOs. Of the around 400 MPOs in the US, half are smaller than 200,000 population, and a quarter of them are smaller than 80,000. So this is the population distribution of MPOs across the US. So all 400. I don't expect you to be able to get into the details here. It's intentionally a difficult chart to read, but I've marked here where PAG is. So we're over on the left at about 1 million. We need to be very careful about comparing ourselves to this entire group. So right here happens to be Cheyenne, Wyoming. And I just want to take a quick detour there to show you what we're comparing ourselves to if we're comparing ourselves to this entire group of MPOs. So the Cheyenne Metropolitan Planning Organization has an MPO policy committee. The members include the mayor of Cheyenne, the Laramie County Commissioner, and the district engineer for Wyoming Department of Transportation. And that's it. They don't need a fancy voting scheme that really gets into the details of representation because their region is not complex enough to demand it. But I think that's very different here in Tucson. So let's look more broadly. When we look at Western MPOs over 500,000 population, and I went through and just pulled this from the bylaws or from the governing documents of these different MPOs. So these are the MPOs over 500,000 in the Western US that have a weighted representation. So more members for larger jurisdictions. There are lots of different ways that this is done, but all of these have some form of weighted representation. Weighted voting, there are 4, including MAG, what we just heard about. And if you want to, and then we look at the MPOs that have 1 jurisdiction per vote, there are 4. Bakersfield, Colorado Springs, Monterey Bay. I should note that Monterey Bay is somewhat unique in that it doesn't really have a primary city. There's fairly similar size to a lot of cities from Salinas to Monterey to Santa Cruz. So it's a bit of an outlier in a different way. So this is a very different picture than what we see from that MPO survey, which was cited earlier. And I think if we look at the MPOs that we really want to be holding ourselves up against, we see a very different story. So Supervisor Hines brought this up earlier, so I'll go over this very quickly. But in terms of what is the norm for MPOs, looking at ADOT, the ADOT guidelines, they do suggest that there should be, down here, there should be equitable geographic apportionment of votes. So MAG, Sierra Vista, Yuma, MPOs in Arizona that have some form of apportioned representation, that is not, they're not outliers. They're not going rogue on this. This is what ADOT suggests. There was some discussion about the statute. So this is the statute for transportation special taxing districts for the RTA essentially. So I am not a lawyer. I'll be the first to admit that, but I think the wording is quite clear. And I think that Supervisor Hines's assessment is accurate, that the statute refers to members of the board of directors as each having a vote. I think this would complicate any move towards a weighted voting scheme. But I do think that there's room within the statute if PAG were to change the makeup of its regional council, there should not be, based on my reading of this, any statutory problem with RTA. So some examples, and I'm not going to go through these because we've talked about MAG already, but I just want to show you some of the different ways that MPOs are handling this. So here we have, this is Albuquerque that I just put up there. Here we have El Paso, Texas. They actually have a stipulation here that says City of El Paso's representation on the Transportation Policy Board shall be equal to the number of incorporated Texas municipalities, cities, towns, or villages within the urbanized area who have representation. So much stronger language there than I see in others. And then here, this is a weighted voting system in Boise, Idaho, which is actually based on the dues that each jurisdiction pays. So all this to show that there's many ways of accomplishing this. So the big question, does one vote per jurisdiction mean better regional cooperation? Let's bring this map back. I think if we look at this map, if we look at the MPOs that are doing something different in terms of how they are making decisions, these are not places that are, falling by the wayside in terms of innovation, in terms of cooperation. We have areas that have, made tremendous strides in terms of transit-oriented development, in terms of linking affordable housing with transit systems. We have incredible investments in transit and transit planning that these MPOs are helping facilitate across the region. And we have investments in innovative technologies like bus rapid transit that's really being facilitated in these places. So I think the answer to this question has to be that no, I don't see any evidence that these places that have adopted a different model of decision-making are any worse off than what we're doing in terms of regional cooperation. So, and finally, some closing observations. And I should note that this entire presentation, this has not been vetted by anyone. I'm not speaking on behalf of anyone. So I want to close with some observations from my time in Tucson. I've been here about 8 years. I've worked a little bit with the city. I've worked a little bit with PAG. And like I said, I've worked with MPOs in other regions. So I have a little bit of perspective to bring to this conversation. So when I arrived here 8 years ago, I was immediately struck by the lack of trust and a gap in transportation vision between PAG and the city of Tucson. I was surprised to see important policy decisions that sometimes impacted millions of dollars being pushed by MPO leaders with what seemed like minimal consultation with jurisdictions. I believe that these two observations are in many ways symptoms of an outdated and unrepresentative form of decision-making we're here today to discuss. Equal say among jurisdictions is not a magic ingredient for regional coordination. Just look around to any of the other large MPOs in the Western US that are leading the way in regional coordination and transportation innovation. None share our one vote per jurisdiction model. From what I've seen, the current voting system has not unified the region. If anything, it has made balkanization and political manipulation more likely, not less, at great cost to this region, especially our most vulnerable residents. I worry that the system is keeping our MPO from effectively carrying out its duties as facilitator, convener, objective resource, and trusted partner. Thank you.
Thank you. You raising your hand or half raising your hand?
How many minutes do I get?
You get as long as you want. We can bring dinner in if we have to.
Well, we may have to. First of all these speakers talk about MPO, 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 including this one and the second one. RTA is not an MPO. It's a regional transportation authority set up by the Arizona State Legislature by a vote. MPOs can be set up on their own. Any community in this state over 50,000 can be an MPO. And to make the comparisons is not fair. This is a taxing authority if you're talking RTA. I know this is a bag meeting, but we're talking about both. Marana could become its own MPO. We could ask the state to pull us out of PAG as the part of that MPO and be our own because we're over 50,000 and state statute allows us to do that.
I think Oro Valley is too now. Don't you over 50?
No. But I mean, it's getting to the point we're comparing MPOs to a regional taxing authority. It's apples and oranges. So it's really disingenuous what the arguments are being made. The PAG is the MPO for the entire county. The RTA is not an MPO. It's a completely different thing set up by the legislature to give us taxing authority
passed by the
and a half cent passed by the voters. An MPO doesn't have to be passed by the voters. If you meet the criteria as a city or town and apply, they have to make you an MPO. It's a completely different organization, so it's not a fair comparison. I want to talk about some of the things that have happened in the recent days. And I'll speak about the city of Tucson and my friend Regina Romero. We've been friends for many, many years. Last council meeting passed a resolution or something that said if they didn't get veto power or voting or weighted voting, they didn't want to be part of RTA next. And I think we need to be honest and open about that. As far as I'm concerned, you're not going to get veto power or weighted voting. And I've talked to a few members of this board that feel the same way. That's not negotiating with us. That's playing a bully. That's saying we're the big one. And the other thing about going to voting by, I actually think the city's about 55%. The county is at 980,000 people. The census was 542 for the city, and ours is much lower than we are too, for Marana now too. So we're all going to grow. You're actually about 55%, probably, instead of 52. But if we give you weighted voting by population, why are the rest of us even here? This is not the Tucson Association of Governments. It's not the Tucson Transportation Authority. It's the Regional Transportation Authority and the PEMA Association of Governments. And I can tell you per capita, Marana may be the wealthiest town in our county. In fact, I think it is. We can function without RTA. We don't want to function without RTA because we want to be a regional partner. The per capita income in Marana is about twice what it is in the city. And it's fairly new, and we do have a very good tax base, sales tax base. We don't have a property tax. We want to be a partner. When the RTA started, and they talked about Ramon Valadez and Bob Walkup, God rest his soul. I was part of that conversation as well. And when the RTA started originally, it was what Dr. Hines was submitting. 3 for the city, 2 for the county, and 1 for everybody else. And Marana already had a half-cent sales tax. That's how we built the extra lanes on Cortero Road on that intersection. We just had it a year or 2. And I told them, as well as I think it was Paul Parisi from Morro Valley, and it might have been Lynn Skelton from Sarita, we're not going to do a weighted voting if you want us to be part of a regional plan. The county had tried twice, and the city had tried twice prior to the RTA plan coming forward. I could tell you the RTA plan passed by about 80% in Marana. We supported it big time. We went back to our voters and said, we will drop our half-cent tax that will be spent simply on us if you allow us to become a regional partner. And our citizens said, do it. And we dropped our tax and became part of the RTA. This RTA has been the best thing that has happened in Pima County in the last 20 years. Huge projects, whether it be the transit project in the city of Tucson that cost $200 million, along with federal money, RTA money, city money, and everything else. A couple interchanges for Marana, 1 for Oro Valley, 1 for Sarita, different things that have happened in the current RTA plan. So far, in the first 3 quarters, the city of Tucson's got about 62% of the money. That's by going and adding all the programs together. In the last quarter, you're going to get 92%. I'm going to get 4%, and the county is going to get 4%. You're going to get 92% in the last. The city is not getting shafted here. They're really not. And we've been great working partners. And I think if we have to spend more time arguing about weighted voting or veto power, it will kill the RTA. Marana can live without the RTA, but I don't want to. I want to be a regional partner. I want to work together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll just ditto those, one of our speakers. Oh, yes, go ahead, sir.
Oh yeah, so I think that was, I mean, directed somewhat at me. So thank you for the comments. I hope that I'm not being interpreted as disingenuous. I was asked to come and speak on my observations about voting systems and MPOs. I don't think you can have the conversation about voting systems and MPOs in our region without talking about RTA. So I think that, yeah, we obviously need to be looking at those both together. But I think with understanding of the nuance.
I don't mean to be rude, sir, but do you realize that there is a difference between a regional transportation authority set up by the state and an MPO?
Yes, I'm well aware. And if you recall, this Arizona statute that I shared in my presentation was specifically referring to special taxing districts like RTA, and it stipulates very clearly that the taxing district in this case, the regional council of PAG, is automatically the governing body of the special taxing district. So when we're talking about one, we are inherently talking about the other by statute.
Thank you. General.
Dr. Atkins, first off, thank you for the brief, because I do think there was a lot of things. Something new that's come up today is all of a sudden this idea of weight representation. And I'll be real honest, it's kind of dropped on us today. And I think it's important, but I do think it's important to also recognize. And so I appreciate you pointing out the statute, because my biggest opposition, as in conversations with Mayor, she's aware, my biggest opposition to changing the way to voting is not only the history behind it, but also the fact that we have to go back to the state legislature. And going back to the state legislature from when we're from Pima County and from the city of Tucson and a lot of the regions around here, it's going to be a challenge. We spent endless hours 3 years ago trying to change the total authority on our RTA bill. And it was a fight with my own representatives when we were there. Got it through barely. So the idea of going back to the state legislature, especially with the conversation, as you can see, there's a lot of divisiveness on this issue. To go back to state legislature, we'd be effectively turning our decision-making ability over to them, and that scares me. So on the RTA side, I appreciate you pointing out what is possible in the RTA and what's not, because I do think, and I don't know, one of the questions I was going to say for later was coming up, is our MPA voting system, and I don't know, established in our MPO bylaws? So can we change that without going to the legislature? Because I know for the RTA, we have to go to the legislature to change it. So talking about it, and one of the things that Mr. Pryor brought up in his point is they don't use the weighted voting system in their transportation. The folks that are making the decisions, I'm assuming that the Prop 400, their plan will have to go through their MPO for approval. But sometimes we got to be careful, because MAG's plan has to also go through the legislature. That's something we aren't handcuffed by. So I think when we have this conversation, it's really easy sometimes to get to the points. We've got to remember, we still having the conversation is great. That's what we want to do. We want to have the conversation, but we've got to be realistic about what's going to work and what's not. And then also, I think all of our municipalities, and obviously you're the elected official for the municipalities, the people, I am not, but all of our municipalities have benefited by RTA 1. And that's the thing. I don't want us to take this conversation where we're making the original RTA look like a failure, because I don't think it is. We went through a significant recession, and that's putting a lot of our financial pressures on it. We can talk all day about how we would structure the next one, but until we get to that consensus that we're all going to stay together and move forward to the next one, we're in trouble. So I think these conversations are important. But I do think we have to recognize what we can do under an MPO structure and what we can do under the RTA structure, because those will drive some of the decisions, I think. We're going to be forced to make.
Mr.
And
Chair,
again,
if
Dr.
I may
Adams,
answer that question. So as Mr. Benavides mentioned, the organization itself operates under bylaws, but that doesn't create the MPO. The MPO is created as a designation by the state. The state determines that designation. We go through a recertification process where we require state's approval to maintain our MPO status.
And as I understood it, the directors also, we have to, if we change our bylaws, those also have to go to the state. Because now when we say
Correct.
go to the state, is
To
that
maintain our status as an MPO needs state approval.
from who at the state?
From the state, we start from ADOT. ADOT is the contract agency that provides the oversight for us. And within the state structure, they can take it anywhere they need to.
But not the state legislature.
No, it's not, that's not a legislative action. That's the state administrative action.
Thank you for that.
So would that be in line up to the governor's office
Yes.
as opposed to the legislature?
Yes, that designation is made by the governor.
Back to your point, what's doable discussion? You had your hand up, and I think, Mayor, did you just raise your hand?
Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Atkins. Really appreciate your time and thoughtfulness and your study of other MPOs and regional councils throughout the country, mostly, as Mayor Honey said, MPOs. Did you make this presentation available to the PAG staff?
I have not, but I would gladly share it.
Okay, can you share it so that they can share it with all of us? So that you went through a lot of information, important information. So if you could do that, that would be wonderful.
Sure.
My question to you is, in your studying other MPOs throughout the country and throughout the West, with weighted representation, can you explain a little bit more what weighted representation is and weighted voting is?
Sure. So weighted representation, and there's many different varieties of this, but it's essentially any time that a larger jurisdiction has more than one representative, and that gives it more representation than a smaller jurisdiction. So there are places like you saw in El Paso where they say that even if additional jurisdictions come in, that the city of El Paso will always have 50% of the members from cities and towns, to other places where they say, Los Angeles, for example, I believe that each of their city council members is a member of their regional council. So that gives the city of Los Angeles more weight in that region in terms of their representation. Other places just simply say, okay, the city of, just as an example, the example from Albuquerque that I had in the presentation, they have a more sort of complex, cities over a certain size are going to get this many representatives over this size. So they've got sort of a tiered system. That's another thing you'll see commonly. And then I think the simplest approach is just to say, okay, we've got a bigger city over here. They're going to get 2 representatives. Everybody else will get 1. We'll call it a day. So that's probably more of a hybrid approach because it's not really looking at true proportionality, but it's looking at just wanting to give the larger jurisdiction in the region a little bit more voice, versus weighted voting, which is what we've heard described in PAG. So Seattle has this, Boise, there's one MPO in California, and then MAG, where there's a table that just lists the proportion of population or the proportion of money contributed, and there's one member from each jurisdiction voting in those systems often, but one member's vote from a larger jurisdiction might have more weight to it based on the population that they represent. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it does. Can you expand on the reason why this representation is important in terms of, because you went through a list, and I don't have your presentation in front of me, but you went through a list of reasons and or concerns about why the 11% vote that the city of Tucson has versus, you know, the percentage of population. How is that? How do you connect it, right? Because a lot of people here around the table have asked, why is it that the city of Tucson is so hell-bent on this either weighted or representative vote? What is the inequity here?
So I think to answer that question, and this was not something I expected to be able to have as an example, but your vote earlier today to say that the Title VI implementation plan should not be approved. The Title VI implementation plan, Title VI, you know, we've got certain groups who are protected under Title VI. The vast majority of most of those live in the city of Tucson. So it's a perfect illustration that with one vote from the city of Tucson against, that implementation plan was still able to pass, and there was hardly any discussion about it. I think that is a perfect example of how this system does not support the people who need protecting and are, you know, need protecting under the law with something like Title VI. That said, there have been court cases that have challenged non-representational MPO voting, and the courts have typically said that there doesn't need to, on a legal basis under Title VI, need to be representative or proportional representation. But I still think I would say that that is absolutely a best practice to try to make sure that certain populations are represented proportionally.
Thank you. You know, many times, including in this conversation, I have been asked, like, Mayor, why is my friend Mayor Romero doing this to us? And I've said many, many times around this table that my preference is to hold hands and do things regionally and be collaborative and have good partnerships. That is my nature. But at the same time, when I see systems that are unfair and treat certain populations inequitably, I have to say something. And so, not because we've had a system in place through the PAG or the RTA for the last 50 years, the way that it's been, does that mean that we have to continue doing the things because they were done 50 years ago that way? And that has been, for example, in 1960s, laws had to change in order to protect civil rights and women's rights. We've had to change and amend laws in order to have equity. Title VI is a perfect example of laws that have been changed in order to be able to protect disadvantaged communities. And so that's how systems of inequity have been changed in our country. And so it is very exasperating to me that after we've heard that the population of the city of Tucson, which, by the way, you know, the Old Pascua and many different communities of color within the city of Tucson and other vulnerable communities, after what we've heard, we wouldn't at least pause and think as a group, how can we do this together? I do not want to blow up the RTA or the PAC, but I want what my population deserves, which is equity. And the people of the city of Tucson elected me as their mayor because I said that I would fight for them and their representation and their needs. And so I would love to be able to continue this discussion. And the reason that I did not put this item for a vote is because I understand that we all need to study it. I understand that we all need to take our time, look at what the best approach would be for PAG RTA, and then take it from there. Sit down, have what I will not take from this council is an absolute no without having a discussion of how we can get together, hold hands, and find the best solution for this council and the RTA board. So I too, Ms. Mayor Honey, I too want to not see this board go away.
Still owe me lunch.
I do. And I will be more than happy to take you within the next month. But I just want us to be able to evaluate what was said, and both by Mr. Pryor and by Dr. Atkins, right? They both said there is no proof in any of these organizations or councils that by being able to have that proportional representation, things don't get done. And so there's no proof of it. There is no proof of it. So it's not that the city of Tucson wants to be a bully. We just want equity and representation on this board. And that will help us move forward in a way where we all feel comfortable. I do not want to be inequitable with my colleague from Oro Valley. I don't want less than your fair representation and fair investment into the residents of Oro Valley or Marana or Sahuarita. But it's an issue that has to be discussed, and it's not just the mayor, it's not just Regina. It is my colleagues on the council that are asking, unanimously are asking, let's have the conversation. And if we cannot come to compromises, then we just cannot continue, at least with the RTA next.
Can I just ask a question, and then, because I know you're actually first before me, but I wanted to, before I forgot, and then I'll get to you. Because the way I read the city's resolution was that if don't get weighted voting, don't get veto power, basically you're out of it. So I was trying to figure out like it sounds like all or nothing, or we go away. So I didn't see that necessarily as compromise. And to the point that the doctor made, and it kind of felt like because we passed Title VI, I don't know that we didn't care or we didn't think it was appropriate. If I could ask, Mayor, was there anything in there that you objected to for your no vote? Because we didn't explain it on there. So I was just trying to understand what the objection.
I didn't think it was a thorough plan put forward. It didn't take into account environmental equity and environmental justice issues. It was more than 50-page plan, but I would be more than happy to send.
I was just curious.
Some of those examples.
Yeah, thank you.
And it was not a resolution that was put in forward by council. It was a motion.
Right.
And it was unanimously approved by my colleagues on the council and I. And the motion is that made by Council Member Ulick and duly seconded by Councilmember Kozachik, was to direct the city attorney and the city manager to report to the mayor and council within 60 days with information on the legal applicability of pursuing the MAG model of governments, including proportional voting and veto power for PAG, RTA, and RTA Next. Direct staff to report back within 60 days with an update on funding for the remaining of the City of Tucson RTA projects, which I think we're going to have a conversation on, unless otherwise directed by subsequent mayor and council action. The City of Tucson withdraw its participation in the RTA Next, for the RTA Next in February of 2022. And for me, I believe that we need to sit down and figure it out, all of us. I would want to sit down and hear your ideas. I would want to sit down and hear different models that could potentially work for the city of Tucson. So it is, whether it's the MAG model, or whether it is the Albuquerque model, or another model used in the West. I would be more than happy to hear ideas. I'm open to that. I want to collaborate, and I want to make sure that we look at, it's not this or nothing, it's give us something. Give us something, let's sit down, let's collaborate, let's find out what works best for all of us and what we all feel comfortable with, and then we'll take it from there.
So I was glad that the mayor read the motion that was passed unanimously by mayor and council last week, because I was going to read it, but she's already done that. And what it felt like to me when I read it was, yes, we're going to have a conversation, but unless the outcome of that conversation satisfies the city of Tucson within a certain time frame, within a little over 4 months, we're walking. And just last month, as I said earlier in the meeting, when one of my colleagues asked for Pima County to adopt a certain position, and then another one of my colleagues asked for Pima County to adopt a second position, I said no to both, because we were having dialogue as a council, and I didn't put any time limit on that. But Mayor Romero, you and your colleagues have put a time limit. So I had a few questions, because I wanted to go back to what you said at the beginning of this agenda item, which I very much appreciated, which is that it's important for us to have conversation. What does the city of Tucson want with regard, and I'm quoting from the motion, with regard to, quote, proportional voting and veto power? What does the city of Tucson want that to look like on the PAG Regional Council, the RTA Board, and RTA Next, because all three of them are cited in the motion?
What we would like is to be able to have a conversation about the different models that exist out there. And for us, we want to make sure that we have that representation. And so I believe Councilmember Ulick gave us an out, so that if there is something that is present, there is a model that we can all agree on, right? That we can all say, okay, this is fair, this is going to be fair, this is going to treat everyone fairly, that we do that. And so that's pretty much it. And the reason that my colleagues, Councilmember Ulick and Councilmember Kozachik, put a date specific is because they also observe, because they watch these meetings, they also observe that the answer has just been no, 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 no. And that this conversation had not been allowed to happen. And so that's why they said, maybe Mayor, you're just, hitting your head against the wall and it's just is not working. So they said, we better start the discussion. And if it's going nowhere, why waste all of our time? So if I believe that there is a true, honest, authentic discussion at this table about different models that will be fair and equitable, I'd be more than happy to go back to my colleagues and say, hey, we're going to need time because these conversations take time. And so I can always go back to my council and say, hey, we need more time. We're not going to have a resolution by February. But all I heard was no. And so if there's no movement in terms of the different models that are out there that could be fair and representative, then it's a no.
So you didn't hear no from Pima County. And as I've already stated, when two of my colleagues tried to get us to take an official position, I told them no, because we were still having a dialogue and I didn't put a time limit on it. So going back to a point that General Maxwell made, which is that given that changing the RTA voting would require legislative action, and the legislature is not going back into session until January, what is the city's hope or plan for achieving that legislative outcome by your deadline of February 1st?
Well, I would want our city attorney to give us an opinion as to what needs to, how we change, right? Is it the bylaws that this council needs to change in order to be able to get to where we want to be? Do we need to get to agree and have a plan and with that plan go as we've done before? I believe that we haven't had very friendly representatives of up in the state legislature before, and we've been able to be successful at putting the RTA legislation through and adding the other half-cent to the legislation to make it 1 cent for the RTAs. So when we do things together and come to the conclusion that this particular position is the best for our region, we've been able to change the legislation. Does it have to be in 22? I don't know. Can it be in 23? Maybe. Next year is going to be an election year, so it's going to be a difficult year.
The other question I had is, if the city, and again, quoting from the motion, withdraws its participation in RTA Next, what does that entail in terms of specific city actions?
What do you mean?
The motion says that if, unless there's a subsequent vote of the council before February 1st, 2022, that on February 1st, 2022, the city of Tucson is going to withdraw from RTA Next. What I'm asking is, what does that mean? What does that withdrawal mean in terms of specific city actions?
I still don't understand your question.
If you're going to withdraw from participation in RTA Next, does that mean you're not going to continue to have discussions about RTA Next within this body? Does it mean you're not going to continue to work with the CAC? What does withdrawal from RTA Next, according to the language of the motion, mean in terms of specific city actions? And I apologize if I didn't ask the question.
It means that the city of Tucson will not participate in the RTA Next. Right now, there's conversations that are happening in preparation for a possible RTA Next.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what it means.
Okay.
The city of Tucson, if we don't see any movement in terms of representation, then that we are going to make the decision to not participate in the RTA Next.
And I know there was some discussion because I watched the video of the discussion among mayor and council of concerns about if the plan went forward and and it passes, that City of Tucson residents are still going to pay either the renewed half-cent sales tax or anything up to a full penny. And I also gather the CAC could still choose to include city projects in an RTA Next plan. So that's what I was wondering is what does it mean to withdraw from RTA Next completely? What does that mean in terms of the specific city actions? Because it doesn't necessarily mean there's not going to be an RTA Next.
Correct, that we would remove the City of Tucson and its residents from participating in an RTA Next.
So what ideally, with regard to the three entities that the motion talks about, PAG, RTA, RTA Next, and the city is seeking proportional voting and veto power in each one, according to the motion. What would need to happen with each one of those three before February 1st for the city to take a new vote?
I believe that my colleagues want to have a conversation about fair and equitable models used in other areas that are successful.
Is that different with each of the three entities? Because again, the motion was specific to PAG, RTA, and RTA Next. Are there differences among the three in terms of what you're looking for with proportional voting and veto power?
Since the PAG is the MPO and helps govern the RTA now, then we would want to be able to have this proportional representation in how we make the decisions and how we vote as we make decisions. So it's PAG, RTA, RTA Next. I believe my colleagues wanted to be thorough and make sure that they touched on all of these, right? That they touched on PAG, that they touched on RTA and RTA Next. So as we have the discussion, it would apply for all of it. So as we move forward, it would apply, that proportional representation would apply.
I had just one other question,
Yeah, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman. Thank you for letting
No.
Mayor Romero and I engage in this dialogue.
I had the same questions.
Oh, well, good.
So-
All right. And you did not
And you know
plant me
what?
in the
I am
audience.
very happy we're having this conversation because this is what we're supposed to be doing in order to get to wherever we're going to go.
I had one other question. What is the other significance of February 1st in terms of what the city of Tucson is proposing to put before its voters with regard to a sales tax proposal?
You know, I wouldn't be able to answer that. I think that I would have to go back to both Steve and Karen that worked on this motion together. I don't know what your.
I thought that was a
I
thought that was a deadline date
Yeah.
for
No.
forwarding somebody to the May ballot.
I don't know what your. No, we've already voted for a May election,
Okay, all right,
so I don't think it's May.
okay.
And just to clarify, when you said proportional voting, because that came up with the presentation, do you mean you'd want extra bodies on this body or weighted voting?
I'm open
or-
to ideas. I'm open to looking at models and looking at ideas that best represent all of us. So I don't come to the table saying MAG is the best. I know that my colleagues want to see ideas, want to have a conversation, and want to get to the best place possible for all of us.
Right.
But the motion makes reference to MAG.
It does. It makes reference to MAG, but it does give an opportunity to have subsequent decisions by mayor and council. So I don't know, you're taking it very literal. I think that my colleagues on the council and I want to make sure that we have this conversation and are open to input and feedback and are open to different ideas. MAG is but one model that we can look at, but there are plenty of others, as Dr. Atkins talked about, that we could look at.
That's good to know. You know, to me, not just as an elected official, but also as a former English teacher, language matters. So when I see something in a motion, I do take it literally, unless I hear otherwise. So I'm glad to hear otherwise. And I'd also, and we have another meeting next month, correct? In October, we have a meeting in October, don't we?
I don't
The next scheduled meeting is December 9th.
December 9th is the next scheduled meeting.
I thought we talked at the August meeting about having monthly meetings.
We did.
Yeah, I thought so. So, but if there's any clarity we can get after you talk to your colleagues about the February 1st date, that would be helpful for me.
Absolutely. And I mean, direction from mayor and council, you do understand, can change. It's not written in blood. We can, if there is advanced conversations at this table about really authentically looking at other models that we could potentially come to a conclusion is the best for our region, I am more than happy to talk to my colleagues and say, we're going to need more time, because we want to be able to have thorough discussion, not just amongst ourselves. And I'll reiterate what General Maxwell, I love saying this, General Maxwell.
We all do.
Talked about at the beginning, which is called to the audience, is a very, very important piece for this council to be able to hear from community on. And so it's not just a conversation amongst us and our councils or boards, but it is also a conversation with a community that we have to have.
And I know you're next, but I just have one qualifying question, because at the last meeting, and I don't know if it's changed or was just misstated, when asked about PAG and RTA, you said you didn't necessarily care about the change from PAG representation. You were more concentrating on RTA representation. So I didn't know if that was a change based on the motion that was.
Actually, you know what? It is a change based on the presentation given by Dr. Atkins and Mayor Honey. I did not see that presentation, just like you didn't see it before today. So again, I am flexible. I want to be able to have this conversation, and I'm not stuck in one model. And I think that besides this, and I know we have to get to the rest of our agenda, besides today's conversation, I think it's behooves us to be able to continue this dialogue. And I agree with you, Supervisor Scott, that I think we should have monthly meetings until the end of this year. And if we decide as a council that we need to have them monthly all of next year, we should do that too. So I'm totally open to continued meetings this year.
I thought we made that a decision when we talked about the meeting schedule in an earlier meeting. I thought we talked about monthly meetings.
Well, I know it came up, but I know that part of it was to try to, figure out, we were trying to add one more meeting, and everybody's calendars became challenging.
That was for the summer. That was for the summer. I thought, but we did talk about monthly meetings.
I brought it up because I was chairman of PAG at the time at that meeting at the
study sessions.
The study session. about monthly meetings, but it didn't seem to get any traction, you know. And we technically meet quarterly, I think, but I have no objection to monthly meetings either on some very important items.
Well, and I think especially given what we've been discussing, waiting to convene again until December is not going to cut it. No.
So I have
Agree.
order, I have you, and then,
We take a 5-minute recess.
yes, we can. I'll make a command decision, even though I'm not a general.
Looking out for us here.
Old
I just told Mayor Winfield, I know people will put their names on those boxes for dinner. later.
I agree. We have a few boxes left back there.
Turn that on.
Okay, our break is over and Chairman, I'll have you go first and then Mayor Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to say, at the time that, Mayor asked me for an audience from this board to be able to discuss it like this. And I know sometimes your heart and your enthusiasm and other things kick in and all that. And for me, it's just simply, I was looking at the old way. And the old way used to be like these things right here. Sooner or later, we're gonna have something on our shoulder, like the whole movie, like Star Trek, where we just tell, Scotty, beam me up or give me this report, and it's gonna, right? We won't even need material things. And I know, at this time, the city is a big, big player. I've all respect. I live in the city, by the way. So what affects me when I hear that, somebody got roads paved and they got yellow brick roads and they got all that, it hurts in the village. I know what you're talking about. My relatives live in South Tucson. My relatives live in Marana. And we understand the issues at Yon Pueblo and everything else. So, and we just buried somebody in Sahuarita not too long ago, Green Valley. But then I start thinking to myself, and I've been in this board with other mayors, other members of the county, other mayors of ADOT and all that. And then I start thinking, what happened to us? Where did we go wrong? What did we do that wasn't fair or equitable? And then I start looking at this time, and I was talking to Mayor and I said, I'm glad we're having this discussion, because just like a good pair of shoes, even if it is a good pair of shoes, it doesn't mean it fits perfect. And you have to look at that, whether it's scientific or with expertise. I'm not an expert in everything, but I can tell you, it's from this point of view and watching newer cities, because you guys are new compared to some of us people being here, Tonaltam and Yaqui, going at it because we want. Yes, we all want everything for our jurisdiction. And city, if you're hearing me, of Tucson, yes, we do. And I'm proud that you guys are doing that. But at what cost? And that's what I have to start sending for myself. How much of this? And if, one brother told me, I don't play football no more. I don't like the sport. Do I force him to stay on the team? And I told him, no, you go find your journey, you go find the things that you're right. If the city then decides that, then some of us have to decide what we do as a group and an RTA and a PEG. For me, I think we're stronger together. We've always been stronger. We've worked on hundreds and millions of dollars of projects. What I think I'm hearing is spread some more of that love to the areas that also need it and need it now. So I relish the time that we can talk more, and it might take a while to get there. And for me, I don't know if Ned, you're still on, but for me, I think it's we joined because we wanted to be part of the growth of an area. We thought we didn't have a voice. We thought we weren't included. And forget fair and equitable, we just weren't included.
No, exactly.
But we did it. We did it, and you guys considered it and then invited us in here. And it's by invitation that we sit here, and we are honored to be here. And I get it, that we're growing almost million and a half now, and if you count, because I don't even see you guys different than north or south. It's all one big old part of what became these valleys now. And for some of us in Old Paso, she's talking about, I was born and raised there. 3rd floors, tin houses, mud houses. Were we any more proud, or did we want any more than anybody? We just wanted to have a great life. And the elders told us, educate. That's the only way we're going to compete. We did. We have a lawyer over here. We have other teachers. We did it. Not only with just because it's us a tribe, but with the city of Tucson helped us. The county helped us. The cities, towns, whether it's Coolidge, whether it's Eloy and all that, we have members. Scottsdale. Guess who dug all the canals? The Yaqui Nation did. They became a great big city. Very, like you said, we're probably the richest city. We'll never be the richest people on this planet. But the little things that we can provide are the things that are important. And that's what I think when I look at us serving here, you know, and as long as I see, you know, these things are not only one region or, you know, this town got this, okay, let's put in something for these other regions. And I think that's what you're asking, fair and equitable. And I just wanted to say that because I've been here a few terms now. And I know we have gotten, and we're peaking to the point where I think we either keep it together or we destroy it. But then the ones that are left, then we have to pick it up and decide how do we move forward if that's what you want to do. But that's the only thing I'm looking at today. And I hope, like I said, our ancestors, we always think in the next month they come and visit us. Everybody that's up there in the Sewa, which is heaven, or Gloria, or anybody else. Believe me, when we head up there too, they're gonna see what kind of job we did here on this Mother Earth. So please respect each other. Please give each other a heart, a soul, and the time to hear each other. So thank you. And thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Mayor Winfield.
I appreciated the earlier report about the history of PAG and our history of voting for the past 10 years. Well, this council, and that would have been the 9 members of this council, and admittedly, there's been some turnover in that, but nevertheless, over that 10-year period, the voting unanimously was 99% of the time. I'm not sure where weighted voting would have made a change in that kind of unity, and an acknowledgement of each of the jurisdictions. And RTA is not much different. I mean, it's 95% of unanimous voting. But I have to admit, I asked myself, what's the problem? And for the town of Oro Valley, the direction that I've received from who I represent is one vote, one jurisdiction. Admittedly, I didn't know this until this report was provided. But so I asked myself, what would change? And yeah, so what's the problem? And if that really is the record of our voting as a council and as a regional transportation authority, if there's inequities, if there's something that's not fair, then it almost seems that where the change needs to occur is not in the voting, but who's representing the voting. And it looks like Dr. Atkins is not with us. Is he left?
He had to have a bathroom break as well. So
He might have had to leave.
Just in his presentation, he had, in his observations for the past 8 years, he wasn't specific, but he cited what I remember from his presentation, that we weren't working together as a region, that there were some inequities. And so my question is, well, I'd like to get a little bit clarification, because from all appearances, we are working together as a region. The one vote for one jurisdiction seems to be working for us. Maybe it doesn't work for everybody, but it seems to be working for us. And as far as the town of Oro Valley is concerned, we support that, and we would continue to support that. That's mine.
Thank you. Mayor Honey?
I'm just going to take a minute because I know we got RTA to go through. Both Dr. Atkins and the other presenter, I know were invited by Mayor Romero to come, and they have her point of view. And I understand some of the things they're saying, but they're making some comparisons that are not real. MPO came up every other breath in both of those presentations. Mayor Romero said, which is true, PAG is the MPO here. RTA is not an MPO. It is a taxing authority given to us by the state legislature to do a tax to provide work. Comparing MPOs to what RTA is doing is comparing apples and oranges. MPOs are generally set up by bigger cities in areas. My friends in Casa Grande, Mayor Craig McFarland, a lot of us know him. They became an MPO. Well, then different little entities around them wanted to be part of their MPO. And they get federal money and everything. They have weighted voting. But it's because the MPO was set up by this. The city of Tucson did not set up RTA. The FEMA Association of Governments, through give and take, because in the early days, it was going to be 3 for the city, 2 for the county, and 1 for everybody else. And, you know, we negotiated, and Miranda said, we already have a half cent. We're just not going to do that. And a couple others did too. And, you know, we came to an agreement, 1 entity, 1 vote. And I think it's worked pretty well for everybody. And I just hope we look at that. I don't want to see RTA fail. But in order to change the current RTA, we would have to go to the legislature. I seriously doubt it would get through the legislature. And 22, if the legislature changes, it might. But right now, I don't think it would. And, you know, so I mean, we're comparing apples and oranges. We're comparing MPOs to taxing authorities and different things like that. And, you know, don't use that this is a good orange, so you should eat apples. Because, you know, it doesn't seem to work if you break it down with the simple. And I agree with what Mayor Linville said. My counselors told me the same thing.
I'll make my last comment because I have the gavel to go to the next meeting. I agree, Mayor Winfield, thank you for that. And I go back to General Maxwell's comments, so I associate myself with those. We can have all the conversation we want here, but not to have the reality that 1 would have to go through the governor's office for the MPO. 2 would have to go to the legislature for RTA. And 3, most importantly, if we want an RTA next, and we send mixed signals and ugly signals to our residents, we're not going to pass an RTA. And that, to me, you brought it up. I think you used the word devastating, I think, on an interview. And I agree with that the things that we have accomplished, and I don't mind having a conversation for the next, but if we change this too drastically and we have to get it through, you know, governor, legislature, and most importantly, our residents, I think we're doomed.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I do have closing comments as well, if I may.
Sure.
Because I know that you have the gavel.
I do.
I think that as a mayor of the city of Tucson, I am prepared to have a conversation. I know that I got direction from my council. I am prepared to have a conversation about what is the best approach to how we go next, where we go next, and what model we use, and what's best for all of us. As I said before, there are systems that might work for you, but are not working for one very big jurisdiction that is part of this table. And of course, you would want to continue a system that works for you, but that system is not working for 550,000+ people in the city of Tucson. I don't know if you heard the reasons why it is unfair and inequitable as presented by Dr. Atkins. I would hope that you receive that information when the PAG staff share it with all of us and reflect on that. So of course, of course, those that are winning in an inequitable system don't want to change that system. But in order to be able to continue moving forward, where we all win, we all have to feel that we're winning. All of us, every single one of us. If one of us is not happy, then it's not a system that is going to work. If one of us, and when I say one of us is not just our city or individually, but one town, one city is not happy with it, then of course, it's not going to pass. Any RTA next, we all have to hold down. We all have to say, if the RTA next were to happen, we all have to go to our voters and say, this is the best thing for us. And as of now, it's just not there. And so I understand where you stand, because good deal for you. But it is not the best deal for the residents of the city of Tucson. So I would hope that you open up your minds, that you look at the facts, and that we bring this conversation back so that we can continue looking at different models that can bring all of us to the table, that we can all be happy, and that we could say, hey, we need to do it again. We need to do it again because we've corrected a system that was failing one particular jurisdiction. So I really appreciate the extra
No, thanks. And I don't mind having the conversation. I always reflect on proportional share of the city, how much money they've gotten over the 15 to 20 years on that. And sometimes at the end, minds will just disagree on the facts. And then I know Supervisor Scott was trying to dig in a little bit to find out where the unfairness and inequities are. From an RTA, to me, it's a project perspective. And that's what the voters voted for. And I think we're carrying those duties out very effectively based on audits and everything else. But more discussion to come. And I did want to have a closing comment.
I'll try to make it short, Mr. Chair, but I do just want to kind of follow up on that because I think the discussion is the most important thing. I'm going to be real honest. I think the council motion puts you in a very tough position, especially because this is the first time we really had the topic on the agenda and we're able to have this kind of conversation. And it obviously generated a ton of conversation amongst us. So I think that's good. I think when we talk about weighted share and weighted proportional voting on those kinds of things, remember, those are structures for how this board operates. I think we've got to really take a look, and it's going to be real important to go back and dig in. And I'm willing to do the work, dig in with the mayor and others to learn, is the voting may not be interfering, but I just want us to be cautious of saying that RTA won. The first RTA wasn't fair, or it was not resulted. Some of this is anticipation of what's going into RTA next. And we've heard that. We've heard more diversity on the CAC. We'll talk about that later. We wanted to structure things. We're worried about what's going into RTA next. That's where I think truly that most of this conversation of proportional voting is probably being driven because RTA won on paper. And I'd love to hear from the city if they've got specific areas where they felt were neglected. And let's get those in RTA next as we build RTA next. We've got to move forward on both fronts. I think keep this discussion going. I'd love to see the RTA continue to move forward, get the CAC moving forward, get things moving forward. And because I think at the end, we'll all come together and get to a solution. Now, one thing I want to make clear before you during this meeting is for the Title VI vote, I don't believe that I'm in my role as ADOT, I'm allowed to vote on those kind of issues. So just make sure the record reflects that there was no vote on that one. I can only on PAG, I can only vote on budget and direct transportation issues.
Title VI is considered transportation related issue.
Just want to make sure where how that sits. I don't want to be accused of voting for something I'm not supposed to.
No, thank you for clarifying that.
But again, I think this conversation was great. Good for the public to see it, to be honest. And now we just got to keep working moving forward. And I do think it's important going forward we consider MPO actions and RTA actions. They aren't the same. Yes, they play overlap a lot, but they are not the same. in process or procedure. That's why we changed chairs.
Thank you. Having no more for business.
Okay, ready? I'd like to order the board meeting for the RTA board meeting for Thursday, September 23rd, 2021. Moving on to item number 2 is approval of consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, may I pull item A from the consent agenda, the approval of the August 5th meeting minutes to be considered separately?
Have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Then I'll roll call on it. Any more discussion?
Mayor Ed Honey,
Aye.
Mayor Tom Murphy,
Aye.
Mayor Joe Winfield.
Aye.
Chairman Peter Yukaficio.
Aye.
Mayor Bob Tessin,
Aye.
Mayor Regina Romero,
Aye.
Supervisor Rex Scott.
Aye.
And Mr. Ted Maxwell.
Thank you, Chairman. Did you, so I just wanted to remove the meeting minutes because I will be voting no for the approval of the meeting minutes because they do not reflect all the conversation that was had, including the monthly meetings that we had directed RTA staff to bring back to us. There was a very robust and thorough conversation about the CAC and how to appoint and what to consider when asking for people to apply for the CAC. And the meeting minutes did not reflect any of the commentary that was had in that discussion. And so I just wanted to explain why I will be voting no in the approval of the meeting minutes.
Well, that pulled out, we need to approve the minutes, right?
Chairman, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 8.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
We already did that, or did I apologize. I
Yeah.
thought we had a vote on something already. Wasn't that?
I think that was the consent agenda.
No, we just have
Oh, it's
a
just a
vote to
poll. Okay,
pull the
sorry.
item.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
I don't think we need a roll call.
So your motion,
Is to
Mayor,
approve
is to
consent
approve
except
except
the item.
item 8.
Mayor Ed Honey.
Aye.
Mayor Tom Murphy,
Aye.
Mayor Joe Winfield,
Aye.
Chairman Peter Yukaficio.
Aye.
Mayor Bob Tessin,
Aye.
Mayor Regina Romero,
Aye.
Supervisor Rex Scott,
Aye.
and Mr. Ted Maxwell.
Hey, thank you. Motion carries. Yes. Okay, the next page is, yeah. Moving to item number 3 is the intergovernmental agreements.
Oh, there was no vote. There was,
We have to
Mr.
vote
Chair,
on the
there was no
meeting, on
vote
the,
on, so sorry for interrupting. There was no vote on item A in the consent agenda.
Okay, Chairman.
I move to approve item 8.
Second that.
I have a question. What is the protocol for minutes? I know for the minutes for the town of Oro Valley, they are certainly not a comprehensive narrative of the discussion. It's a very abbreviated, so I'm curious.
Be happy to, Mr. Chair, Mayor Winfield. That's our protocol as well. We have the recording of the minute for more detailed and comprehensive. Obviously, since the pandemic started. We have the Zoom meetings. Those are all posted on the website. And Mr. Benavides can add to that. My understanding is the requirement is to have a summary of the meeting, and then you can have the recording available at any time for anyone.
Mr. Chair.
Sure.
I think it's a topic worthy discussion. We're having some pretty serious discussions here. We vote on some pretty serious stuff with some pretty serious. And I'll tell you, I'm not suggesting, and I got to make sure staff, staff's behind me maybe, and I don't want to get in trouble with them, but for the ADOT, for our ADOT board minutes, it's every word that's said. Now, I'm not saying that's where we need to go, and I'm not proposing that, but I do think that we need to have some of the more in-depth discussion by just the comprehensive this topic was talking about. Because the conversations we have, I agreed people could go watch them if they want, but a lot of people go to the minutes because it's quick, it's easy, it's generally a good read. So I do, and I mentioned this to the executive director at our meeting the other day. I think we should ask for some more robust discussion, especially on the issues that we've heard two different sides. And I really encourage it for any time we provide, whether it's from PAG or from the RTA, where you give direction to staff. I think we want that, because that's the only way before the next meeting we can really tell if what we thought was asked was really asked. And again, I don't want to do the ADOT board meetings because those things are when you read those minutes, but it's important.
If I may, Mr. Chair. And that's specifically why I'm going to vote no on the meeting minutes, because the very important item that Supervisor Scott brought to the table regarding the conversation about the Citizens Advisory Commission, there was a lot of back and forth there. And I made a motion and it received a second. And then there was discussion. And in that discussion, there was a conversation about giving direction to staff.
Right.
And that, all of that were not reflected on the meeting minutes. And that is not good practice, because specifically because I removed my motion at the request of one of my colleagues on this table, because I was explained to by our attorney that we didn't need that motion, that we could simply give direction to the executive director and the executive director would follow that direction. That was not reflected, that direction was not reflected. And so therefore, the executive director did not follow that direction. So I can't support meeting minutes that don't reflect direction given by my colleagues on this board, or myself, for that matter.
Okay, so we are on,
We have to
You
vote
still
on
have to go call for the next question.
okay, very good. We'll call a question, go ahead and go through the vote again, please.
Mayor Ed Honey.
Aye.
Mayor Tom Murphy.
Aye.
Mayor Joe Winfield. Chairman Peter
Aye.
Yukafiso. Mayor Bob Tessel.
Aye.
Mayor Regina Romero.
Nay.
Supervisor Rex Scott.
No.
Mr. Ted Maxwell.
Aye, and Mr. Chair, could I just explain my vote? I mean, I know I just made the suggestion for enhanced minutes going forward because the past previous protocol was, and we've in the past approved minutes in the amount of detail we had on this one. I feel for the purpose of moving this forward, I vote yes, but I do strongly suggest that the executive director and staff take a look at enhancing the minutes going forward.
Mr. Chair, we'll be happy to, obviously. I agree that additional details are helpful to the board and to the public. We'll be more than happy to do that.
Mr. Chair.
I think
what was important to me is if there was direction that was given and if the direction wasn't captured in the minutes, I mean, to me, that's a concern to me. I just want to be clear on what my, I'm not looking for verbatim discussion minutes. I want to be clear about that.
Right.
So, me too.
But when direction is given, it should be captured in.
Mr. Chair, if I may, so I did confirm it with Mr. Benavides too, so the motion and the direction was captured.
It was captured?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to approval of funding exchange agreements. Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the RTA board. I'm bringing before you two intergovernmental agreements this afternoon for the programming of Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act funding. We're commonly referring to them as CRISA funds. As we went forward with the notice of funding availability on this particular matter, we did put it out under the existing policy that we have, and that is that regional funds shall be used to augment RTA projects using the regional funds available from fiscal year 2020 through 2026. There we go. Okay. There are, our policy is to have agreements that articulate or that allow for the programming of these funds. We either, whenever we program new funds, federal funds, we either do them through a memorandum of understanding or we do them through an RTA or IGA. We will be doing that through an RTA IGA today. There was a supplemental notice of funding availability. This went out at the same time as the STBG funding that you heard about at the PAG meeting. Went out on June 25th, and it is in your packet. $5.91 million of CRISA funds were made available. We received 4 requests, 2 of which were deemed compliant with policy and were recommended for approval by the TIP subcommittee on August 11th. And on August 18th, the TPC voted to approve the TIP subcommittee's recommendation. Oops. The first of these recommendations is for the 2nd Street bike and pedestrian improvements. It's an existing RTA project. It's coming before you as an IGA rather than an IGA amendment because we'd not previously entered into an IGA for the $6,000 of local match funding that had been committed to the design funds of $105,000 of STBG previously programmed. And this project is federalized, and we are recommending that $567,000 of CRISA funds be programmed for this project. Fiscal 22 would be the project year, and it would be for construction. Second IGA is for Sunset Road from I-10 to River Road. This would be an IGA amendment. This is for $5.91 million. Was what was requested. They requested the whole amount. We are recommending $5.343 million. That's basically the balance of those CRISA funds being made available for fiscal year 22. It's an existing RTA roadway element project. It does need additional supplemental funding to complete it. The project is federalized and it does have an active IGA on it currently for design. So with that, we have 2 IGAs coming before you. They're under resolutions 2021-009, which is the new IGA for the 2nd Street bike and pedestrian improvements. And then we have an IGA amendment. This would be amendment number 5 for the Sunset Road project. And with that, we are recommending approval of both of those IGA, or rather those resolutions. With that, I think that concludes my report. Okay. All in favor?
Mr. Chair,
Oh,
I'm certainly going to vote for these items. But as I believe Mr. DeGrood knows, there were concerns that were raised by Pima County staff regarding the different NOFA streams and how some were discussed by the TIP subcommittee and TPC while some were not. I welcome any comments to that effect, those concerns that were raised today. But I do want to put an item on our October agenda after consultation with my colleagues at the county, but just to share some of the concerns that were raised with me. There were concerns expressed about how we as a TIP subcommittee cannot adequately review and recommend funding for projects when we are considering the NOFAs in a piecemeal fashion. The criteria for the NOFAs were developed by PAG RTA staff following the policy direction provided in various letters and memoranda that were attached to the agenda packet. And the crux of the concern was that the RTA NOFA was not included on the TIP agenda, but it was discussed as it pertained to the discussion of how funding recommendations can be made if the members of the TIP subcommittee don't feel that they can have a full picture of project requests and potential funding shortfalls. So I want to consult with my colleagues at the county in more detail between now and October, but I did want you to know, and I think Mr. DeGrood had a conversation with Ms. Skinner from our transportation department about some of these concerns and the fact that the TIP subcommittee wants to consider all of the NOFA streams in toto so that they can have comprehensive conversations.
Here, if I may, so the outline of the policies based on the TIP policies and regulations, those were all approved by regional council. And the funding source that we're discussing is a one-time funding source. So typically with the one-time funding sources, we handle those separately. They go through the TIP process, which it did, and it went to the TPC process. Both committees recommended approval. So I'm not, maybe I'll follow up with you later to get more details, but it did follow the one-time funding process.
Right, and the concerns that were expressed to me, Mr. Mogimi, was that because there was a different process followed for the RTA NOFA as opposed to the CRISA and STBG, they felt that there needed to be a holistic conversation about all of the different needs in the region. That was the concern that was raised.
I'll be happy to follow up with you on that, but so policy was followed, but I understand the question.
And
Yes.
that certainly was not the issue. They're not raising questions of policy. They're raising questions of procedure and being able to have holistic regional conversations.
That point well taken. Obviously, that's a topic we're going to be discussing later on the agenda. So again, especially with these funds, there was a request by FHWA and ADOT to make sure that we provide and award these funds because they need to be spent quickly. So it is a kind of a one-time offer and a separate process following our policies and procedures to do that.
Is there any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 2C. C. Award of RTA number 40 regional traffic signal program funds. Mr. DeGoe.
Mr. Chair, I think we're on to the item number 4.
Oh,
Four.
Mr. Chair, I just have a clarification on the previous item on the minutes. And that the executive director said that the meeting minutes reflect the direction given. And I want to contest that assertion because it does not reflect the direction given with the CAC discussion. And so it says the RTA board held a lengthy discussion regarding the information described, including possible membership criteria, the RTA executive committee's role in filling the vacancies, and geographic interest. It did not include, this is not a description of the conversation that we had. And so I just want to contest it because it left some of us concerned about the assertion from the executive director that it did reflect it. And that's not a reflection of the conversation or the direction we gave.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Romero, I'm referring to the last paragraph that gets into additional details of what the discussion was to seek input from the RTA board members as well as the CAC officers. So after the motion was made and there was additional discussion, the last paragraph references that conversation.
But it does not talk about the what we gave direction on to seek additional based on geography, based on interest in terms of, it does not. So anyway, I just wanted to.
So again, for everybody's information, the intent was to summarize the conversation. The last paragraph summarized the direction to coordinate with RTA board chair and the vice chair, as well as the CAC officers. So I apologize if it's not comprehensive enough, but the intent was there to make sure that information is provided.
I'm sorry, please.
Okay, Mr. DeGroot.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the RTA board, bringing before you resolution 2021-11 and the amended fiscal year 2021 to 2022 RTA budget. This is item 4 on your agenda. Briefly, reviewing our process in March, we typically begin the process of reviewing our revenue estimates. We develop our budget for presentation and adoption at the May board meeting. It uses the expenditure budget that was in the tip that was approved in May as well. Following the end of the fiscal year, we do a rollover of our unexpended funds from the prior year, in this case fiscal 21, and we present a revised budget to the RTA board every September. That's what we're here with today. One of the things that we wanted to note for fiscal 21, if you'll recall, when we developed the fiscal 21 budget, we were concerned very much about what the impacts of the coronavirus pandemic were going to have on our revenues. And we very conservatively estimated the revenue budget at 15% below the Eller estimate for us for fiscal 21. Our actual collections were quite a bit higher. In fact, they were 28% above the fiscal 21 PPT budget that we adopted. So that money is now reflected in a carry forward that we're going to be talking about in a moment. I would add that our fiscal 21 collections actually exceeded by $5 million, more than $5 million, what we have in the current fiscal 22 revenue budget. So we believe that will likely also be conservative. Our approved TPT budget was $94.39 million for fiscal 22. And in addition to that, we have other revenues amounting to 8.831. We are holding to that. We're not asking that you change the revenue budget, but we are, which is $103.221 million. However, we are acknowledging the carry forward balance of $140.697 million. In terms of our amended expenditure budget, in the roadway element, our recommended amended budget is $101.441852 million. That represents $11.3 million that was in the original budget that you adopted in May. It also includes $90.2 million of funding that was not expended in the prior fiscal year. So that's carrying forward into the new budget. We also have a carry forward on the safety element. There's one minor addition to the budget on that. It's of $150,000. One of the things that we had done this year was we tried to move our traffic signal communications program to have it federally funded. We have one last remaining year in the fiscal or in the contract that we have with the existing provider. We were not able to federalize that. So we were asking that we add the $150,000 for the 1 year worth of funding in that. Moving on to the environmental and economic vitality element, that amended budget is $11.535 million, represents $3 million of funding that was in the budget that you adopted in May, plus $8.5 million of carry forward funding. And finally, the transit element, we're recommending an amended budget of $31.4 million. That's $28.2 million of funding that was identified in the budget adopted in May. And this year we're bringing forward carry forward money. There was money that was not expended in the transit budget last year. Typically, it's an operations budget. We don't carry forward operations dollars. But in this particular case, given that we're right now operating under with reduced or no fares in much of our transit system. Fares were a part of the budget that we had put together. We know that there are some federal funds available, but they don't cover the whole system. So there are parts of our system that do not have CARES Act funding that we're covering the fares with. So that is why we're recommending that we add that carry forward. There's also been, we've noticed, an increase in costs of new vehicles. We do have some new vehicles purchased that have grant funding. Right now, we're getting estimates that are quite a bit higher than what the allocated or the funded amount is for those vehicles. So we are recommending that be carried forward. In terms of debt service, administrative expenses, they're just as they were stated in May. So our amended expenditure budget is $178.551 million. Looking at the overall overview of it, we have revenue, $103.221 million. Carry forward from last year of $140.697 million. Expenditures programmed of $178.551 million, leaving us with a balance of $65.367 million. We do have a funding, or we do have a minimum balance policy that has us holding 10% in reserve of our TPT on an annual basis, which would be $9.439 million. That leaves us with a reserve of $55.928 million in fiscal year 22, and that may be programmed at the RTA board's sole discretion. And with that, Mr. Chair, we recommend approval of the resolution and the amended budget.
Can you make that motion?
Second.
Second. Any other discussion? None? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item number 5.
Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the RTA board, this is an item that is being brought forward to you at Mayor Romero's request. It is in addition to the RTA plan update, it's also a discussion of the cost to complete, what our funding options are, what our statutory mandates are, and implementation requirements. So with that, first kind of an overview of where we are. We're 15 years into the plan. We have $1.4 billion worth of funds that we've expended to date. 899 RTA projects are now complete. And I won't go through the list, but they're all listed there. And you see these regularly in your monthly reports. We currently have 57 projects or project elements that are in design, and 50 of those are currently 50 additional ones are currently in construction or implementation. Okay, where we are today. In the May board meeting with the TIP, we did program out to the ballot amount the remaining funds that are necessary to meet the voter obligation, or basically what we put into the RTA plan. We recognize that due to the Great Recession, we had a diminution in revenue from what we had originally forecast. We also are now seeing additional costs that are coming up that we're noticing. So that's what we're going to talk about in the balance of this presentation. I would note that the RTA board back in 2014 directed all of the regional funds between fiscal year 2020 and fiscal year 2026 to the delivery of the RTA plan. So as we go through the current or the new 5-year tip that we're in now, those funds, those other regional funds are being directed to the RTA project needs. Now, what we have done is we have looked at our project costs from a variety of different sources. I know Mayor Romero, you had identified a figure that your staff had come up with. We've come up with a figure as well. I would characterize them as similar. They're not identical. In some cases, our funding or our costs to complete are actually in excess of what your staff has identified. In other cases, we have identified lower numbers. That's to be expected. I think what we need to be doing is looking at these as a range, because we don't know what it's going to actually end up costing. We know that we are going to want to look at how costs have increased from 2006. We also need to look at what's happened with the scopes. In some cases, we know that jurisdictions have opted to design projects that have elements that go beyond what was stated in the plan, and that's fine. Our policies say that if you go beyond what's in the plan, you should identify funds to allow that. And the funds that go beyond that are funds that we don't ordinarily or would not put into or would not fund with RTA dollars unless so directed by the board. We also know that we have revenues that are different than what we had expected. And in fact, within your packet, you'll see a range of forecasts. And we're trying to treat this as a optimistic to pessimistic range of forecasts. Right now, I'm pretty bullish on the revenues that we're seeing. In fact, even the optimistic forecasts that we've shown in there, we're currently exceeding with at least the near-term revenues. So we will be going back to the Eller Economic and Business Research Center to get an updated forecast. I hope to have that for you in the December meeting to present. They are in the process of developing it currently. With all that said, factoring in what we believe to be the costs, what we believe to be revenues beyond what we have already programmed, we think that there is about $150 to $190 million of additional funding needed to meet the expectations for these projects. And that's what we're going to need to be looking at, working towards. In terms of other things that are going on, we know that there are other committed non-RTA revenues. Impact fees, for one, that's an area that has been mixed. We know that some projects are not going to be able to deliver the impact fee commitment that was identified back in 2006. The development hasn't occurred in their benefit areas. So that is something we'll have to deal with. That is captured in the number that you saw. There is also growth that is occurring in these areas, and that's something that we ought to be considering, unexpected growth that may create opportunities for us to help meet that challenge. We have an administrative code, and we have IGAs on the individual projects that we move forward with that place the responsibility for the cost of these projects on the lead agencies. However, the RTA may, based on funding availability, and we're recommending that we review this annually, supplement funds, provide supplementary funds on eligible and scope-related cost escalations. And again, this is at your sole discretion. And we do have other sources of funding that are out there. Certainly, the lead agencies can bring funds to bear, particularly on things that they want that go beyond what's in the RTA scope. We have additional RTA revenues that we hope to be able to bring once we receive them. We're, again, as I mentioned, things are looking very favorably at the moment in terms of revenue. We know that additional funding from the federal government is coming. We don't know exactly what that means to us. You know, if we're looking at $24 million a year potentially for the next 5 years, that's about $4 million a year more than we had anticipated. That's just in the SDBG side. There are other sources that may be available as well. And there may be other CARES Act and another earmark and grant funding opportunities available. We also know that there is the potential to look to the state when they have state surpluses to look for direct state allocation. I know that the town of Marana was very successful in pulling in some additional money for Tangerine Road. We applaud that. We'd like to do it too on other projects. So we think that's a good thing. And then, you know, there is also the future RTA Next revenues that we may want to look at, particularly in cases where we want to go with a project that's bigger than what is in the RTA plan. I know one project in particular of interest that we've heard a lot about is Harrison Road. Harrison Road in the RTA plan is a single bridge over the Pantano Wash. It does not rebuild roads either way, does not add any additional capacity. It is a bridge placed out there over the Pantano Wash for the purposes of providing all-weather access. The area may benefit from having a 4-lane divided road. I know that's something that we've had conversations with city staff about. We know there's an interest in that. We certainly hear that from the public. That may be an appropriate project for RTA Next. That would be a way that we can meet that need as well. So those are just some thoughts that I have. You know, in terms of, you know, as I mentioned, we are looking at doing an updated revenue estimate. And at this point in time, our estimates do not include any revenue beyond 2026 other than the funds that will be directed directly from the, or distributed from the collection prior to the, we will receive some dollars in fiscal 27 that are not currently programmed because they're outside the 2026 tip, but we will continue to receive some benefits from collections from the existing RTA beyond 2026. Finally, did want to mention that we have outside of this tip does include $561 million worth of RTA funding for these projects over the next 5 years rather within the current tip. And in terms of next steps, we're recommending that the RTA Technical Management Committee has a project review task force. We worked with them looking, beginning in 2014, looking at projects. 2017, looking at projects that were coming forward where there were funding concerns, and the RTA TMC reviewed the project scopes. They confirmed for the TMC that the projects were compliant. I know that we are looking at 2 projects that are going to be asking for funding as a result of the notice of funding availability that we put out in July. They're currently under construction, and the task force has already looked at those. We'll ask them to look at the other projects that are contained within the notice of funding availability that went out in July. Ultimately, you know, it's up to the RTA board to determine if additional funding can be provided, and based upon available revenue, scope eligibility, and compliance with the governing laws. And
don't mind keeping that.
Keep that on. All right, very good.
Don't mind. I just want to add. So yes, the conversation about going above the ballot amount and how we would want to be able to allocate those funds. That's really up to the board. That conversation needs to happen at the board level. Up to now, we had the ballot amount as a target. That was the target. We knew about it. We had the direction from the board program to the ballot amount. So that's the main reason. I go back to your question. That's the main reason that we need to have this conversation at the board level before we decide how you want to allocate those additional funds over the ballot amount. Up to this point, we have not gone over the ballot amount. So this would be a new policy direction. And the way that we could address it was to allow submittals for projects, requests for those funds, and then as you review those individual projects, you need to allocate those additional funds. So that's really the main reason there was that difference in how the other funds are being programmed until now that we're going over the ballot amount.
The earlier discussion we had today with the extra monies that may be coming in, I know we can't count on that, but would that give us potentially some capacity to, for the inflation factor and those kinds of
Mr.
things?
Chair, Mayor Burke, as we discussed earlier, we hope that there is some additional allocation, a direct allocation, but it didn't look like that was a lot. I think what I would want to hang our hat on is on that competitive grants.
Right.
So if there are more competitive grants and if we have a project that is in need of those funds, that we can compete for those funds as a region, identify those priorities and then go after those grants. Thanks.
Through Chair. I saw some hands over
Go ahead.
there. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. DeGroot, I'm going to the sub-bullet under the first bullet, projects with a revised scope. Do we already know which of the projects that still need to be completed have a scope that is different than what was presented to the voters in 2006?
We have an understanding of a number of projects that are desired to have different scope elements. An example would be one that we acted on today earlier, and that is the Sunset Road project. Sunset Road, when we developed the RTA plan, we actually put cost estimates together for an overpass over the railroad and one for an at-grade crossing. The at-grade crossing is what was funded in the RTA ballot or on the RTA plan. We now find ourselves in a situation where that's not feasible. We don't believe that that would currently pass muster with the Arizona Corporation Commission. At the time, there was more willingness to consider new at-grade railroad crossings. That's no longer something that we believe is feasible. There's some benefit to it too, in terms of if we have clearly benefit, but there's, in addition to the safety, which is obvious, there's also benefit to not having delays of off-ramp traffic associated with railroad crossings. So it may merit the additional funding, but it is beyond the scope that was in the plan. I don't believe that any of my jurisdictional colleagues are presenting projects that don't have merit when they're asking for additional scope, but that's not what was in the RTA plan, and we need to be weighing that additional funding at the same time as we're considering other projects that are being in need of funds that are within scope. So that's a policy decision that I think.
And so you're saying those projects with a revised scope will come to us after they go through that task force review through TMC?
Yeah, what we would recommend is that we have an outside, this other body review these projects and confirm for your peace of mind that these are in fact needed and appropriate scope increases, and that this would be the benefit for it. And we think that would be, we think that would add validity to the recommendation.
And just for public understanding, if there's anyone who's stayed with us for 4 hours and 17 minutes, who are the members, or who are you don't need to give names, but what's the jurisdictional representation on that task force review group?
The task force review group, we've made every effort to make sure that there is nobody on a current jurisdiction. What we're looking at is retired members of the consulting and public works community.
but then they make recommendations to TMC, which then makes them to us. Am I understanding the process?
Yeah, that would be the process. We would want to have the TMC also look at it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kruger. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mayor Romero.
I may add to that. I'm sorry. I just want to add to this, just for your reference. So the TMC formed the task force, and the purpose of forming the task force was to have some of the current TMC members as well as some additional outside experts. And we actually have one of the folks he's been in this business for the longest time. He's not a TMC member, but he was added on as a task force member at the request of TMC. So it is a task force of TMC.
Yeah. Thank you.
Being the person that requested this item on the agenda, I just wanted to make sure that there are differences in your estimates, and Jim, in your estimates, or the RTA staff estimates, and the estimates that have been put together by the Department of Transportation and Mobility in the city of Tucson. Your estimates are anywhere the more optimistic projection is 150 million. 190 million is closer to what you have. We have estimated our funding gap to be $282 million. And that's a huge concern because these estimates are based on the current, when we go out to RFP, based on the current dollars. And so it could be, 220 million. But I know that the city of Tucson has 11 projects that see these funding gap. Any other jurisdictions at the table that have any funding gaps? Because that was one of the requests.
Yeah.
I know Pima County and Marana each have one, but any other jurisdictions or to the amount of unfunded
Madam
as the
Mayor,
city of Tucson has.
the projects, the project list that we have attached identifies all of the projects. There are some multi-jurisdictional projects. For instance, Silver Bell Road, which I think is incorporated in the city staff's estimate, spans across both Pima County and the town of Marana. We know that that is an identified project. Tangerine Road is an identified project, and Sunset Road is an identified project. Those are the Sunset Road is also a multi-jurisdictional project as well.
So the city of Tucson has the most unfunded or gaps in funds because we have about 11 projects that we've identified gaps in funds. And then we share one with Sunset, Silver Bell to River. Is that what?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Sunset is one of the projects that's multi-jurisdictional. And Silver Bell also is a multi-jurisdictional project that the city is a party to.
So one of the questions that I have been asking for some time now, since I joined the RTA board, is who decides, right? When projects need additional funding. And because all I've been hearing from the executive director is that all projects are funded to 2006 levels. So I'm glad to hear that that this board will have an opportunity to sit down and figure out these funding gaps. Also, what I do have in front of me is the June 2006 implementation plan and statute, which basically allows for inflation to occur throughout the life of the RTA. And that the original project budgets listed in the 2006 RTA were expressed in $2,006, and that the annual update of the POP will require that the project budgets be adjusted to account for the past year's inflation. And that should be done every year for the life of the RTA. What I would like to have my colleagues consider is that we put, if you could change it to the other, to the list of possibilities.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In terms of funding.
Let me see if I can. No. Let's see here.
There was one before.
There we go.
There you go. Potential sources of additional money. So what I would like to be able to discuss with my colleagues on the board is a comprehensive plan on how to address these shortfalls, including for Marana and Pima County, on how to address these shortfalls. And so I really appreciate you putting these potential additional funding sources, because I know that all of us have committed our impact fees, those that charge impact fees have committed our impact fees to help fill the gaps with RTA projects. But it is really important for the city of Tucson when we talk about fairness and equity and being funded in an equitable way. These projects were promised to the voters of the city of Tucson, and this is something that we're committed to, the delivery of the program. But I would like to have either the task force or the technical committee or this board, however we'd like to do it, have a comprehensive plan as we move forward as to how these funding gaps will be filled. Again, I am open to the input of all of my colleagues on the board, but this is a big question that my colleagues on the council have asked over and over and over again. How are we going to fill this funding gap in order to deliver the projects that were promised to the voters of not just the city of Tucson, but the entire region when the RTA was put together? So what would be the next step to find solutions for these gaps? Because we're also wanting to, we also want to review the scope of the projects that are on the list of the 11 that are unfunded, to see if the project as described in the 2006 ballot is completely necessary in terms of how it was described in the scope. So we're open to that as well. We've done value engineering, practices with the city of Tucson, but what would you suggest?
Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor, that process started roughly back in 2017. So we've been going through that process with the task force, with the TMC. At the last TMC meeting, the chair of the TMC requested to put out a request for input from all members to start looking at their projects and start identifying where the additional funding can come from. We're expecting to get some feedback from all the TMC members. So that's being discussed at the TMC level. At the CART level, we had the subcommittee on the CART folks that they started looking at the projects and they started identifying a recommendation to make sure that all projects meet scope, meet budget, meet contractual agreements. So there's a lot of moving parts, but that conversation is taking place. I guess I would go back to the last slide again. So we have not had the need to have additional funds for any of the projects up until now. This is the first time that we're looking at going beyond using RTA revenues, and that is a policy discussion. That is a contractual discussion. We have to make sure it complies with all the governing laws. I'm sorry.
If I could just interrupt for a second. We have a prior commitment and we have to go. We have to be in Marana at 5. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
So the mayor said, write all the extra charges off to the city of Manhattan.
So sounds like it. So I just want to, Mr. Chair, if I may, I want to make sure that it's clear that every single project really needs to go through that whole due diligence process. So we have all the information for you before you decide if you're going to use additional RTA funds on those projects. And again, that is happening at a couple different committee levels. With the request for additional funding coming in, we will bring individual projects to you and provide that additional information. And I can't stress enough, there's agreements and policies and procedures that are all in place, so it has to go through a legal review before we make a recommendation to you.
Can I ask a follow-up question? That's with the additional RTA funds, but going back to the decision that was made by the Regional Council in 2014 to use federal funds to deal with shortfalls, that's made on an annual basis, correct?
That's already programmed in the last TIP approval process. Those funds are already programmed in the TIP at the ballot amount. So if you recall, that was for step one. Step one is to get to the ballot amount. Now that you've crossed the line on the ballot amount, now we're really into a really new policy discussion
All right,
that we have not had before. So every single project, we have to go through the checklist and make sure that they comply with the scope, comply with what's allowable, what's not, contracts, and then come to you with a recommendation.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
on the conversation that is being had with the technical management committee, where exactly are you in terms of the shortfalls that are shown? You know, of course, the city of Tucson has 11 projects that have shortfalls based on inflation, but how are you? Tell me a little bit more. Expand on your response that you.
So
Where exactly are you in the process? Did the task force already review all of the 13 projects? Where are you?
Be happy to, Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor. So at the last meeting, the request was to, after we have this conversation with the board, to continue the conversation with the TMC, to have the task force continue doing reviews of individual projects. So the following meeting with the TMC will drill a little bit deeper into the information that you have in your packet. At the same time, so on the expenditure equation, we have the scope. The scope really drives the cost. That cost was approved by regional council back in 2020. So we have a good idea of what cost we're looking at. But the scopes have to be reviewed again. And then the revenue side of the equation, which we just talked about, the revenue estimates that we have are pre-pandemic revenue estimates. We want to look at the new revenue estimates and see what's the impact of the pandemic. And we're still optimistic that it's going to be positive instead of a negative. So by looking at that new revenue, then we can start looking at what is that total amount of funding needed, and then address it on a project by project basis.
So the discussion on how to fill the funding gap has not started.
This is the first time we are laying out the steps we need to take. And then going back to the solutions, if you don't mind, go back to the list of options. So when you look at the list of options, one of the options that we discussed even back in 2018 was RTA Next. That conversation took place at the CAC level. General Maxwell was at that CAC committee discussions. That option has already been laid out and discussed. It's one of many options. So we'll have to continue that option. As far as the grants, we just talked about it. We're optimistic there's going to be additional funds, so we have to pursue that conversation as well. So it's all really coming together to a point that we feel comfortable over the next 2 years. Projects that are going to be ready to be delivered within the next 2 years should not have the funding need. These are projects beyond 2 years that may need those fundings. So we have time to address those. And I'll
ask General Maxwell to maybe help me explain this whole overlapping concept, because we've talked about, regardless of when we go back for an RTA extension, there's going to be an overlap. It could be a 4-year overlap, it could be a 1-year overlap. Regardless of what you all decide, that overlap has to be addressed in RTA next. And that's an opportunity. So if you want to add anything to that?
Well, Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor, Director, I actually think this is a critical piece. I mean, we've heard about a lot of the conversations, a lot of the concerns, and the city's got 11 projects, and there are other municipalities that have projects that are all on the shortfall list. We've got to figure out how do we take care of those? How do we, promises made, promises delivered. That's what we're targeting for, and that's what we're going to do. So I think we need to take a realistic look at all those different options. We're going to probably have some options up here with funds that we never had even thought we'd have. As the infrastructure bill passes, we may get more funds. But what it's going to take is really sharp looks at how you balance your budget at the end. Any business owner will tell you it's always that last month. You get into closeout, and you have to figure out what's going on. Probably the same thing at the municipal levels every time. Okay, how do we make this budget work without either going over or falling short? We're going to have to do that within the RTA budget over the last 4 years. One thing, and it was mentioned at the mayor and council meeting the other day that I just want to address is that use of the RTA next. It was implied that the RTA next was going to be the way you're going to fix the shortfall. City Manager Ortega did a great job pointing out that the majority of these shortfalls are not a problem with the RTA itself. It's with the estimates based on a great recession that we're in. So the fact of the matter is, the city's looking at 11 projects that aren't done, and the other communities are as well. So those are of concern. The idea of taking, if it had passed in 2022, all the projects that were coming in 2024, if RTA next passed in 22, all the projects in the next 4 years under the RTA would now be under RTA next by example. It's not like we pass it in 2022 and then in 2026 we start in the next RTA next. It's not. It's a 20-year plan from the date it's passed. So that kind of fits in there. So when you talk about fixing some of the shortfalls, what I'm really talking about, I think we're really talking about fixing the unfunded. What's going to be unfunded. So when we go through the priorities and when the TMC and the city and the municipalities, and this board's going to have a lot of input onto that, is what projects do we say, okay, we've got all these projects that are shortfall. Maybe we can say some of them are going to be in RTA next. And then the funds that we get may be able to identify to get these other ones up to the point where they're no longer facing those shortfalls. But the bottom line is going to be, it's all going to come down to what we've proven RTA next and what's going to go there. And to alleviate the concerns that I know Councilman Sacek expressed was, they're going to take our fair share of the pot and roll it into the next RTA. That's not how the CAC would look at it. The way the CAC looks at it is those projects that roll into the RTA next are completing the promises made in 2006. And they don't go into when we start looking at the distributions between the different municipalities. Those projects are completion of the previous breakdowns we talked in equity and fair share and amounts. And they take those off, and that's the additional funding on top of that, that you look at those new projects that didn't exist. So it's not a factor of that we're going to count all these projects in the city's fair share for the first one, and then we're going to recount them in the second one. That was never the intent of the CAC. The CAC was talking about going forward and recognizing that at some point, when it goes to the voters and it gets drawn, that RTA is done. RTA next is now in place. And so you have to have those projects that have not yet been initiated have to be in the new. And that would include being in the new package. And we have to explain it to the citizens and how it's working and how it didn't impact the relative share of the community. But this is really a chance for, with the TMC, with the municipalities, with the board, really a chance to say, okay, here is the plan. This is how we're going to make it work. But it's going to contain RTA next. Because the only way for it not to contain RTA next is not to vote on RTA next till 2026. And we take a big chance.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I'm eating almonds and I shouldn't. So I would rather we have, and your task force and the TMC and staff, and as well as this board, I would rather see comprehensive plan that uses I mean, we just talked about how we have $55.9 million that, thank goodness, is coming in. So I would much rather see, because there's question marks still, right? A previous conversation, there's question marks about RTA next. I would much rather have a comprehensive plan, at least for the city of Tucson. I know that Marana has another, and Pima County has another a gap in funding in one of their projects. On behalf of the city of Tucson, I want to see a comprehensive plan that uses the dollars that are coming into the RTA and are much more, I would say, secure than RTA next. So I really appreciate having this conversation. I think it's a conversation long overdue. And I want to make sure that our staff is part of that conversation, because there's differences in that gap in funding, right? You say 190, we say 280. Let's figure out what really are the numbers. What direction do you need in order to be able to proceed with putting together a plan for funding apps?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor, members of the board. So again, this was a helpful conversation. The information that you have will go to the TMC. We'll continue that conversation with the TMC as well. And obviously, we'll continue to identify how we can program those funds for the balance of 5 years. The policy aspect of it, and I have to come back to you again on the policy decision. Policy decision is, how do you want to utilize those funds? And that's a policy decision. That's not something that individual project sponsors can help us with. That's something that you as a board will have to make a decision. So that will come back to you at a later time after we have a conversation with the TMC members and their ideas. And again, thanks to the chair of the TMC, he said, we'll ask everybody how they want to address these issues. And we're looking for that input before we put a plan together. So that conversation is taking place. Again, as I mentioned earlier, for the next 2 years, the projects that are programmed and anticipated to be in construction, we do not have any additional funding needs for those projects. We're talking 24, 25, 26. That's when we need to have additional funding sources. And hopefully by then we'll have solutions.
Mr. Chair, I mean, isn't part of, I'm sorry, was someone else had a hand?
Go ahead, I'll go after you.
The part I struggle with is until we know what going 3, 4, 5 years out, I know it's good to have a comprehensive plan put together, but until, it's like asking my wife how much she's going to be making in 4 years, because I want to buy a Mercedes or whatever, and I don't know what she's going to be making in 4 years. So won't it be difficult to try to get all the way to 2026 without knowing the cost 5 years from now, whatever the revenues are, and then the potential, if there's because I agree with you, I don't want to get all the way to 2026 and find out, that doesn't pass and have a shortfall there. Because when I was listening to the meeting itself with Councilmember Kosacek, the impression was, if I get the road improvement in year 18, I want it under this funding and not in the overlap on there. And my thought was, as long as it's in that year 18, whether it's year 1 of 20 or 18 of the first 20, you're getting the guaranteed road improvement. So that's kind of the perspective that I hope everybody, understands if we go out to the voters early.
But if I may just add to that, I apologize. So it's really that's the analogy of the budget that you just approved. The budget you just approved rolled over funds from previous fiscal year to the next fiscal year. And those funds were anticipated to be spent, but they were not. And then we have additional revenue that came in.
Right.
So we can only really manage that on an annual basis, move it forward, anticipate the expenditures. And hopefully, as General Maxwell says, as you get to that last month, that's where you really need to have a good perspective of now, is it RTA next or not? But ideally, we want to do it sooner, right?
Jim? Just food for thought. What I hear now is a great conversation, but it's usually done in study sessions. And I think we need to have study sessions on issues like this. And maybe it'll help exactly where things are going. You know, what you recommended in one of these, and we're talking about minutes. You can have study sessions on minutes, on the items, on funding and all that. I don't mind doing these meetings. We can keep doing this. But I tell everybody on the board, we were trying to get better at doing meetings and I don't think it's working unless we go to specific items and do study sessions on them. And then come here, and yes, if you have a few comments and all that, I don't mind staying here at midnight if you guys are bringing dinner, but.
I do.
I will
There's a lot of boxes
tell you,
available still.
the healthy conversation we are having is really set for study sessions to vet it out. And that's what I would recommend, Mr. Chair. If there are issues, please bring them forward, bring them to him, and then we can have these conversations over lunch or breakfast in the morning or something. And then, you know, for me, I think it's very, very good conversation, very good, all these things. But I think within the cities and towns, and that's why you have study sessions to have these great discussions on, you know, how are we going to fund this? Are we short here? Or where's the funding coming from? And then we can bring in staff to make sure that they bring in those hard numbers and let us know project specific. It's only 70% that we have 6%. We're going to need another 20%. And then we can realistically look at it like that instead of, because we're going to go back today and then wonder, well, what did happen? Instead of having that conversation with the right amount of numbers and things that we need. So only my recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, I'm glad that we're having this discussion. I had requested it several meetings ago, but I had to put it, not until I put it in writing, did it make it to the agenda. But knowing, for example, that we have about anywhere from 150 to $282 million of funding gap, what I don't understand that the staff institute new processes like the NOFA, for example, where we know we have funding gaps. And so I just question the processes, and that's why I'm asking you questions about what's the next step and what's the process, and how are we going to decide how to fill these funding gaps with secured dollars, and how are we going to treat these unfunded projects? And yes, it's a policy discussion, but it is also the responsibility of the staff in order to bring us into, you know, to delivering the program that we promised the voters, to be able to think about, okay, how is it that we're going to use secure dollars to be able to fill these funding gaps and not create new processes for NOFAs when we know that there are huge funding gaps in the program that we're trying to deliver to the voters of our region. So, I mean, I'm glad to hear that the process is starting in terms of all of these projects. And I think it's a good idea for us to bring this item again to the next meeting in October that Supervisor Scott wants us to have.
Very much so.
Because I mean, I have a commitment at 5 as well that I will have to, you know, but I think that the more this board gives direction for these concerns to happen, the better the citizens of the city of Tucson will be represented with the projects that we still need to deliver to them.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Chair, just to follow up on some of the points that both Mayor Romero and Chairman Yucapizio made, especially with regard to staff, I think it's confusing to the public when there's such a discrepancy between the numbers that Mayor Romero's transportation and mobility staff have and PAG RTA staff have. I wonder if by way of direction, we can't ask your staff and their staff to come together and find out where the discrepancy is.
Sure, Mr. Chair.
Good idea.
I'll go ahead and
Yeah,
follow up with that, but I just want to make a quick point. The number you're looking at from Tucson Transportation staff, that does not include other projects, and it's only the cost estimate side. The number we're looking at brings the revenue to the table as well. So that's one of the reasons that 2080 is reduced down to 150, because we brought the revenue to the table.
Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Chair, Supervisor Scott, we have begun these discussions. In fact, I had a very lengthy conversation with Robin Rain and her team over at DTM this week, just to say, this is where we're different. This is where we're the same. Here's where we're higher. Here's where we're lower. You know, these are our assumptions. We know you've got assumptions as well. Let's work through them. And you know what, I think we're both in agreement with, and you can confirm that with her yourself, but is that, we're looking probably best at a range, because these projects are evolving. And as we get further along with the development of the projects, they may be, as the project implementers, they may be privy to information we're not privy to about specific costs or specific ways that they're treating things to reduce costs. So that's typically where we're seeing the differences. They're not huge. They can be in millions of dollars, but in terms of the order of magnitude, they're not greatly off. And we're just how we're looking at it a little bit differently. We'll be coming together over time.
With exception of the ones that have a scope difference. So that's where you see the larger difference, because the scopes are different.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, real quick, just want to add, I completely agree with what Mayor Romero said. We can't bank on the RTA. That's not the plan's not to bank on something that we've got to go to the voters for. And, we don't know what it would be like if we go 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4. We don't know what the voting public is going to be interested in, so we can't bank on that. But I do think, especially if there's projects that are a significant change in scope from what we planned 20 years ago, those are the ones we consider saying, those are the ones we'll put there. But we still got to have a plan to get there on the rest of the projects.
Right, and I would like to, and I'll do it in writing as well, request that this particular conversation be part of every of our agendas, so that we can stay, we can stay on top of it, and we can make sure that we're the policymakers, this board can help with the process of finding those funding gaps. And I know that with your projections and the projections of the Department of Transportation and Mobility, I know that your projections are counting other funding sources like HERF and local funds. And so I just want to make sure that that is noted for the record. And so, but I'm glad. Was it the first time that you met with Diana and Robin to talk about this, or?
This was a comprehensive review. They had shared with us their estimates some time ago. We're aware of where we're different.
Mhm.
We've actually been working. Many of the estimates that we've got were part of the regional the RMAP that we did year or two ago. So, we've been watching these things and we're aware of them. This is the first time that we've really talked about them in the context of presenting them to the RTA.
Right, and I just want to make clear as well, I mentioned it before, but I also think it's really important to look at the project scope. Because there might be that project scope that could change, that could help with the funding gaps. That, on the city of Tucson, I could say that we use a lot of community engagement to be able to get to what the surrounding neighbors want to see. And that could be something that's, even if the scope is reduced, that could be something that is good for both the city of Tucson and that concern in terms of the funding gap. So we're open for that too, but we want to make sure that we're thinking about comprehensively how we're going to close that gap, whether it's 190 or 280.
Any other comments? Done? Okay. Moving on to item number 6, RTA Citizens Advisory Committee selection criteria.
Mr. Chair, well, the hour Mayor Honey is absent. I would suggest tabling this item for now. And especially with the earlier conversation about who's going to be participating in the RTA next. And I think it, should be the jurisdictions that will be participating in that, having that discussion. So I'd make a motion to table.
I think we don't have enough time.
No objections to that? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I respectfully disagree, but I know it's going to be a losing effort because I think everybody's. But I think the Citizens Advisory Committee, we've got, I know that we need to fill those positions. We need to get the people informed. We need to really make sure that everybody's on the same page with the consensus of how this is going to be done going forward. And, I know that the mayor and council have their Move Tucson fine. I don't know if it's approval, but you're going to take a look at your Move Tucson list and make a move with that. And hopefully shortly after that, they'll make a decision what they're going to forward to the CAC. But everything else we're talking about, including, who's going to be a part of the RTA next, relies on the Citizens Advisory Committee moving forward with what is the next RTA next, and that getting that back to us. So respectfully disagree with the motion, but I will follow it up. We need to make this a priority. We've been talking about this a lot.
If I may, there is a desire to meet in October, or meet monthly from now to December. So we're not very far away from October. And so it just takes finding a date in October so that we can have a much more comprehensive discussion. Because right now I think I agree with you. I believe that Mayor Honey should be part of this discussion.
And I think if we're going to commit to a month going forward, I mean, it seems like it's always the 4th Thursday of the month. Is that correct?
Typically, obviously, we're going to have to check with everyone's schedule.
I think we're going to increase the frequency of the meetings. We have to understand that there are going to be times some of us are going to miss. And that's okay, because as long as we're still moving forward, I think.
I'll make a motion though, as long Peter can never be missing. We're not gonna have a meeting. Just to say.
Everyone get back to Jackie quickly, because I don't envy her the job.
I don't mind postponing to them, but he's exactly right. I think some of the selection and some of the things are in motion. We might not have me next time, or somebody else, or the mayor's missing today. But I think when we slow down the process, it'll slow down that. I agree with you 100%. I think we can make a motion just to, like you said, set up another date and do it as quick as possible. But slowing it down is going to hurt us a lot.
I only have a motion on the floor, though. I'll need a second. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll say
Disagree.
very good.
That's nice of
Any
you.
discussion on that? Okay, then,
All in favor?
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Yeah, you don't.
Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Good luck with your city.
Thank you. That's where I'm going. That's why I have to go
Yes,
down.
enjoy it, enjoy it.
Day hasn't ended.